Today's Auburn broadcast will begin in 5 minutes. Four minutes till start of broadcast. This broadcast will begin in 3 minutes. Here's your 2-minute time check. Mark. Here comes your 1-minute time check for this Auburn broadcast. Mark. "30 seconds till broadcast. Mark.
From the Auburn Sports Network and Playfly Sports, Auburn baseball is on the air. 25 NCAA tournaments, 8 regional titles, and 6 trips to the College World Series. Exclusive game day coverage begins with the leadoff show. Now, let's go out to the ballpark.
A record crowd of over 7,200, a dramatic walk-off win, and Game 2 is set to commence in front of a packed house on the Plains tonight. Good evening and War Eagle from Sanford Stadium, Hitchcock Field of Plainsman Park. With Brad Law and Quinn Burkeen in our Skyview Auburn studio, I'm Andy Burcham. Auburn extended its winning streak to 12 last night, trailing heading into the bottom of the ninth. Bristol Carter came off the bench and singled to center with the bases loaded. The ball was Olayed, allowing 3 runs to score and secure a series opening win for the Tigers. Texas only managed 3 hits last night. 2 of those were solo home runs by Aiden Robbins. His error opened the door for Auburn in the 9th inning. Auburn goes with Jackson Sanders tonight. The sophomore left-hander is 2-0 with a 2.76 earned run average. The Longhorns counter with Luke Harrison. The graduate lefty is 2-0 with an ERA of 2.19. When we return, the Butch Thompson pregame report. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Strike out ants, termites, and other pests with a call to Cook's Pest Control. Cook's proven pest control methods and superior termite control system keep your home safe and are backed by a 110% satisfaction guarantee. As the weather gets warmer, your spring cleaning isn't done until you call the official pest control partner of the Auburn Tigers, Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Here's a clip from a recent Talking Tigers podcast with Andy Burcham.
Dr. Michael Zabala.
Well, it was kind of funny because he called me and said, I have an injured player. Can you make him something to get him back on the field? And if I'm entirely honest, I didn't know exactly how we were going to do it. But I said, yes, we absolutely can. I didn't even know who the player was, but I did feel pretty confident we could make something for him. So Robbie and Kirk Nelson show up with who ultimately was Anthony Schwartz. Right. So we brought him in. Jake Larson, who's now our head of engineering at EXO, was a PhD student in my lab at the time. And he quite brilliantly figured out how to go from the scan of Anthony's hand to a 3D printed device that he was able to wear in his hand. And he started wearing it in practices, and then he wore it in games, and next thing we knew, he was scoring touchdowns while he was wearing it.
New episodes of the Talking Tigers podcast are released Mondays, wherever you listen to podcasts. Subscribe to the Talking Tigers podcast exclusively from the Auburn Sports Network.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
Game day coverage of Auburn baseball continues now with the Butch Thompson pregame report.
I know you've talked a lot about being in the present of late, and as tough as the top of the ninth was last night, that double play ball to get out of that inning was certainly being in the present, and set up was what was a dramatic bottom of the ninth inning last night.
Yeah, it was I'll use a football term, bend but don't break. And the 2 starters were fabulous, and it felt like relievers for both sides had a challenge to match the sequences and stuff that were happening out of the starters. And, you know, the home run was big. Their center fielder had 2 amazing home runs, 2 great at-bats, and, you know, we got to make some adjustments today to try to hold him. But we'd only give up 3 hits the entire ball game, you know. And then I thought the home run after he hit it, I didn't like the 3rd run. You know, we had a walk. It just knocked us off center, and it wound up leading to a 3rd run on having infield in, but a walk and a thrown away pick and a questionable balk, and then a ground ball in the infield with a drawn in infield. And they get a 3rd run, but to our guys' credit, if you're talking about staying present and having one more chance and not giving anything away, I don't know how good we are yet. Not even halfway through this journey, but there has been resilience on our ball club, and they have been present for the most part, and they have competed to the last out. So we did that again last night, and then Bristol Carter, hit a ball. Freshman got on. We're playing a very veteran ball club, and we got these young guys, and Mason McCrane gets to a full count leadoff, and we hadn't had enough leadoff guys on the first inning we did, and scored a run with those 2 doubles. But then, Mason McCrane hits a double, another freshman, Bingaman walks. There's your tie game right there, and we just keep passing it down the line. And Bristol Carter, we're trying to get him on the field, but didn't start him, brought him in for defense, and then eventually the bat's in his hands with the game on the line, and he hits a missile. Got him a fastball he can hit a missile, got past the center fielder, and we made the comeback complete. So it's not going to happen every night, but if these guys will stay present, keep competing till the last out, some good things will continue to happen for the ball club.
Another regular season attendance record here last night.
Yeah, it's been incredible. The midweek stuff happened, record on Tuesday, follow that up with this. You got to be playing amazing teams, and we are. And takes 2 to tango like that, such a high level. A team that we're playing, got everybody excited, beautiful weather, got a block party going on today. We're honoring our 76 team, their 50th anniversary. There's a lot more going on than baseball, and we just got to keep our mind from how that game ended was so amazing, but we need to get in today, talking about being present. We need to be ready to go for game 2 today.
In the Baby Blues today.
In the Baby Blues, again, to honor that 76 team. J.B. Brown is here, one of those great players on that team. Kurt Cope, who sits across the way. I see him at every home game here, and such a dear friend and such a great Auburn alumni, guy of our community here. And all these others that I've met today that are, I don't know if they're telling all true stories, but they sure are telling a lot of stories about their antics when they made a College World Series run in '76.
And oh, by the way, game 2 against the number 2 team in the country.
That's right. Hey, again, you look at recent history, Texas was in this same deal last week, and they found a way to come back and win a series and win the next 2 games. If I'm keeping them present, I'm not telling them too much of that story, but tell them how important it is are we interested in today, and can we go claim our 4 or 5 at-bats, ever how many they get today, and can we get behind Jackson? And, you're looking for Ryan Hetzler probably today. You're thinking who's coming out of that bullpen. If you want to continue to be a consistent, present ball club, that means you give everything to today and see what happens.
What have you seen out of Jackson Sanders as he has settled into your Saturday starts this season?
I've seen him as a freshman that just was the number 1 player in high school baseball 3 or 4 years ago, comes to us. Last year I see 15 appearances. I see him wanting to throw more strikes to get more opportunity. I always saw him as a starter. He absolutely competed for that spot of trying to throw as many strikes. He's up about 15%. They got him an opportunity to start. I'll still go back a month ago at Arlington where Florida State hangs 4 runs on him in the first inning, and then he comes back and gives you 4 scoreless innings. I still think that's a defining moment for his career, for his life in baseball, and even past baseball. I think that's a memory that he's got forever. And, Buddy, I sure have seen it in the last 3 starts since, of just gaining that confidence, the traction, and hopefully, he's had another good week and stuff set and tries to go out and, stay consistent and do it again.
Wish you all the best today. War Eagle.
War Eagle.
Children's of Alabama reminds you that every child's head injury should be treated like a serious injury until a doctor says it's not. The CDC estimates some 4 million sports and recreation-related concussions occur each year. Even a minor fall or collision may be a concern. Symptoms typically include headaches, unsteadiness, confusion, or sleepiness. To find out what to do in case of a suspected concussion, visit childrensal.org/concussion and always dial 911 in case of an emergency.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rates reserved.
Alabama Power is here for you when big storms hit. But we're also here for the little things. We're there to get the coffee started. To make sure everyone's ready for school. For midday dance breaks and evening entertainment. We're also there to help you save on all that energy with easy-to-use tips, tools, and efficiency programs. So enjoy these moments.
Kids, movie night.
And we'll do the rest. Visit alabamapower.com and follow us on social to learn more.
The starting lineups are presented by Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
The Texas Longhorns are 18-3 overall and now 2-2 in SEC play. Here's the lineup for Jim Schlossnagle. Looks very similar, 1 through 8, actually, to the lineup last night. Ethan Mendoza, the second baseman, is the leadoff hitter. The catcher, Carson Tenney, hits second. Batting third, it's the center fielder, Aiden Robbins. Shortstop, Adrian Rodriguez, bats cleanup. Hitting fifth at third base, it's Temu Becerra. Anthony Pack Jr. plays left field and bats sixth. Hitting seventh at first base, it's Casey Borba. Batting eighth in right field, Jaden Duplantier. And the starter, the designated hitter for the Longhorns today is Maddox Mansour. He gets his first action of the weekend. Mansour bats ninth. Again for the Longhorns, it's Mendoza, Tenney, Robbins, Rodriguez, Becerra, Pack, Borba, Duplantier, and Mansour. Now for your Auburn Tigers, Butch Thompson squad, winners of 12 in a row, 19-2 overall, 4-0 in SEC play. Bristol Carter returns to the starting lineup tonight in center field, and he returns to the leadoff spot. Batting and playing second, it's Chris Rembert. The catcher, Chase Freilich, hits third. The cleanup man tonight is the first baseman, Ethan Bingaman. Bub Terrell in left field hits fifth. Third baseman, Eric Guevara, bats sixth. Batting seventh in right field, it's Mason McCrane. Brandon McCrane starts at short and bats eighth. And rounding out the order, getting the call as a designated hitter tonight, it is Todd Clay. Again, for Auburn, Carter, Rembert, Freilich, Bingaman, Terrell, Guevara, McCrane, and Clay. We are zeroing in on first pitch. Auburn goes for the series win. We'll set the defense behind Jackson Sanders, and he will throw tonight's first pitch on the other side of this final pregame timeout. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Let's be honest, senior living shouldn't feel senior, and it's definitely not all about yelling, bingo! At Atlas Senior Living, we focus on great care, great people, and yes, great days. And no one telling you you can't have dessert before dinner. Well, maybe once. And with locations throughout the Southeast, chances are there's an Atlas community closer than you think. Atlas Senior Living, exceptional care, even better living. Visit atlasseniorliving.com to find a community near you and schedule a tour today.
Here's a clip from a recent Talking Tigers podcast with Andy Burcham.
Auburn University Board of Trustee member Bob Dumas.
My senior year, where we won it, was at Burning Tree in Decatur. Had some great teammates and great players, and it just all came together that week. We had been close. We had had a good year. We'd won several tournaments and felt like we had the capacity and the courage to do it, and we did. I think more was a very joyous time, of course, being the first. But I think later on, as you grow older, you begin to appreciate and value that much more.
New episodes of the Talking Tigers podcast are released Mondays, wherever you listen to podcasts. Subscribe to the Talking Tigers podcast exclusively from the Auburn Sports Network.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter. make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
Here we go. Auburn is on the field in those sky blue uniforms. Defensively behind Jackson Sanders, Bub Terrell in left, Bristol Carter in center, Mason McCrane in right field. Along the infield, Eric Guevara at third, Brandon McCrane at short, Chris Rembert at second, Ethan Bingaman at first, Chase Freilich behind the plate. Before we give you Sanders' numbers, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Sanders, a sophomore from Valley High School, Opelika native, 6'3", 212-pound left-hander. He is 2-0 this year in 5 starts with a 2.76 earned run average, 29 1/3 innings pitched, 19 hits, 10 runs, 9 of those earned. He has walked 5, struck out 41. Teams are hitting 184 against Jackson Sanders. He did not pitch against Texas last season in Austin. He's coming off a quality start, his third quality start of the season. 7 innings, 1 run on 3 hits, a walk and 8 strikeouts, 92 pitches a week ago at Missouri. The lefty will face Mendoza, Tenney, and Robbins to start it. And here to get us started on a gorgeous night to break an attendance record at Plainsman Park, the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham.
Thank you, Brad. When your comfort quits, Jackson Services shows up. Heating, hair, and plumbing done right the first time. That's the First Pitch Weather Forecast sponsor. Family owned since 1973. Call Jackson Services today and feel the difference. Jackson Services, delivering comfort, creating trust. 79 degrees at game time. Clear skies overhead and wind out of the southwest at 8 miles per hour. As Brad mentioned, Auburn in the sky blue Auburn uniforms tonight. Vintage 1976, mid-80s as well for the Tigers tonight, with the orange numerals and lettering, blue ball caps, white trousers, blue bills on those caps, and the orange AU across the front. Texas, the burnt orange jerseys and caps and helmets with the gray trousers. And it will be Ethan Mendoza to lead it off against Jackson Sanders. Second baseman 0 for 3 in the opener last night for Texas. 18-3 on the season, 2-2 in the SEC. First pitch is in there for a strike one. Derek Malika behind the plate. Ryan Broussard at first, Michael Holman at second, and Anthony Perez is down at third on a gorgeous evening for baseball. Wind to the 0-1. Popped up. Infield. Right side. Bingaman in fair ground, now near the mound. Makes about 3 adjustments and makes the catch. That ball just kept going away from the first base line and towards the mound for the first out.
There is wind at the ballpark, and it's blowing across toward left field. So not only did he have to deal with some spin there, the freshman was also having to dance with the wind, pushing it across back up toward the mound.
Here's Carson Tenney, the catcher. Batting .267. 6 home runs on the season, 13 runs batted in for the Longhorn catcher. 0 for 4 last night. First pitch to him. Strike called on the outside corner from Jackson Sanders. Folks are still filing into the ballpark. And when the gates opened an hour and a half ago, they were flooding in at that point.
Yeah.
0-1 pitch to Tenney. Check swing, and he fouls it off the right side off the screen. Count as no balls and 2 strikes. 7,247 here last night, setting a regular season single game attendance record.
That's going to fall tonight.
Yeah, that is in grave jeopardy this evening. 0-2 to Tenney. Sanders winds and fires. Tenney a little late on the fastball. He fouled it back. That was 94 out of the left arm of Jackson Sanders. Count remains no balls and 2 strikes.
Plainsman Plaza today was really well done with the food trucks. They had a golf simulator, inflatables for kids, live music, and people could actually come on into the ballpark if they wanted to 3 hours before.
0-2 pitch to Tenney. Off speed, it misses outside, a ball and 2 strikes. Had a DJ working it.
Yep.
I got here about 2:30, and folks were already gathering to get in just to the festivities 3 hours before the ball game tonight.
2:30. You get caught in traffic?
Be quiet. 1-2 pitch. Tenney just missed inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Sanders. One out, nobody on for Texas. We're in the top of the first. Their offensive star, Aiden Robbins, waits on deck. 2-2 pitch to Tenney. Strike 3 call in the outside corner. Took something off of that one, Bradford.
He did. I mean, you saw last night fastballs early in counts and changeups late from Marciano, really effective, and that's what Sanders did to Tenney.
Here's Aiden Robbins, that is. 2 for 4 last night. 2 solo home runs for Robbins. Gave the Longhorns the lead in the top of the ninth, and he's hearing it from the Auburn faithful.
Yes, he is. That second home run is as long as I've seen in this ballpark, personally.
Pitch on the way to it. Swing and a miss. He hit it over the scoreboard, over the apex of the scoreboard in left center in the ninth inning. It gave Texas a 1-run lead. They added another 3-1 before Auburn erased that and then some in the bottom of the ninth to win it 4-3. 0-1 to Robbins. Strike. Straight change. 80 miles an hour, 0-2.
Tell you what, this crowd is electric early on here.
Engaged, you might say.
Yes, they came to be loud.
Sanders gets his sign. And the 0-2 to Robbins. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Another change. And Sanders retires Texas in order in the top of the first. Tigers come to the plate, and this is the Auburn Sports Network.
Where were you when this happened?
Pitch driven deep right field. That ball is back. That ball is gone. It's a home run. It's a walk-off home run for Stephen Williams. A long, deep home run to right field by Stephen Williams on an 0-2 pitch.
Don't miss the next heart-pounding moment. This is your home for Auburn baseball, the Auburn Sports Network.
In 1977, Ford F-Series became the best-selling trucks in America. 33 million trucks later, we've kept that title every year since. And that's a formula we plan on repeating. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. The best-selling trucks in America for 49 years and counting. Based on 1977 to 2025 calendar year industry reported total sales.
One, two, three, top of the first inning. Auburn to get a crack at Luke Harrison. The defense behind him, Anthony Pack in left, Aiden Robbins in center, Jaden DePlanier in right. Along the infield, Temo Becerra is at third, Adrian Rodriguez at short, Ethan Mendoza the second baseman, first baseman's Casey Borba, and Carson Tenney is the catcher. Luke Harrison, number 53, is a graduate player from Friendswood, Texas, a Houston suburb. 6'2", 220. A left-hander. He's 2-0 on the year, a 2.19 earned run average. 5 starts, 24 2/3 innings, 22 hits, 10 runs, 6 of those earned, 9 walks, 25 strikeouts. He's thrown 3 wild pitches, he's hit 3 batters, and opposition is hitting .237 against Luke Harrison. Unlike Riojas last night, who is coming off his shortest outing of the year, Harrison is coming off of a career-long outing. 7 innings, a career high, and 102 pitches, a career high, a week ago for the Texas left-hander against Ole Miss. He gave up 2 unearned runs on 5 hits in 7 innings.
And that was a really important start for Texas because they had lost game 1 in come-from-behind fashion to Ole Miss. They came back and won game 2 and 3 and won the series. Bristol Carter will lead it off for Auburn tonight. Came on as a defensive replacement in center, then delivered the single up the middle that eventually led to the tying and winning run scoring. First pitch, he shows bunt, takes a fastball at 91 for strike 1 from Harrison.
This is the fifth time, no, this is the sixth time Harrison has started the day after a Texas loss.
0-1 drive down the left field line. That's a fair ball. It is off the bottom of the wall, and it gets by the left fielders. It bounces back to the infield, and for the second straight night, Auburn opens the first with a double, the second of the year for Bristol Carter. He got something on the inner half, and he knew what to do with it, Brad.
Yeah, shoulder looked great on that swing. Power, full extension. Fantastic start.
No chance for Plack to even come close to getting to that one.
No.
And now Chris Rembert in the 2-hole tonight. After going 2 for 4 last night with a run scored. He led off the Auburn first with a double. The pitch. It missed just a little bit low, an appeal to first, and Rembert did not go after that one.
In 5 starts after a Texas loss, Harrison is 4-1 with a 2.39 earned run average.
It's not like they've lost a lot of games, but he has stopped any losing streaks, that's for sure. As that one misses low 2-0.
And not only that, but Jim Schlossnagle, the head coach, 2 years at A&M, and now his 3 years at A&M, 2 years at Texas. 31-10 in series since the start of the 22 season.
2 balls, no strikes to Rembert. Stretched by Harrison in the pitch. Fastball on the outside corner for a strike. Rembert batting .339, a homer, 15 runs batted in. First baseman plays well off the line, but plays close to the infield grass. Pitch to Rembert. Ball 3. 3-1.
Really tough take. Change up out away. If he throws him that again, brings it down just a little bit, he could serve it up into right.
Harrison, a high set at the chest. Checks the runner, the 3-1. Chopper, third base side, and a foul ball. Looking for fresh seafood? Wharf Casual Seafood serves seafood sourced from American waters. Not a seafood fan? No problem. They also have burgers, salads, chicken, and more. Wharf Casual Seafood with 6 locations across central Alabama. Full count now to Rembert. Carter at second, a leadoff double. We're in the bottom of the first. Stretch in the 3-2. Missed outside. Didn't miss by much. It's a walk to Rembert, first and second, and no one out for Auburn.
Man, it really didn't miss by a whole lot, and Chris tossed that bat away in a hurry. He was more sure, I think, than we were up here.
Of their starters, he has more walks than anybody. That's just his 10th of the season.
It's just his second in conference play, just his second since February 28th.
Here is Chase Fralick. Doubled homer run in the first last night, went 1 for 3. Good speed out there for Auburn. Stretch.
He balked. Yep. Oh, no. Pitch clock.
All right, pitch
clock.
All right.
The Auburn dugout thought he balked before the clock went to 0.
So 1-0 to Fralick. Throw back to second, Carter back to the bag.
See, that should be another because Rodriguez wasn't at the bag. He was moving toward it.
Shift on the right side with Fralick at the plate. The pitch. Hit him. His 4th hit batter of the year. That is for Harrison. And the bases are loaded with nobody out here in the first.
Got to make them pay. Now, Kentucky lost the game, but they jumped on Ole Miss today with back-to-back walks. They made Ole Miss pay, batted around in the first inning in that ball game. That probably a lot higher scoring game than this one would be today, you would think. Auburn in a great spot in the first inning.
Nobody out. Here's Bingaman, the pitch. Right down the middle for strike 1.
The third baseman, Becerra, has to play close to the bag to keep Carter from sprinting halfway down it. Big hole on the left side. He's backing up.
Harrison comes set, the 0-1. Bingaman with a good swing, but he fouled it back. No balls and 2 strikes, and he's coming right after the Auburn freshman first baseman. Terrell on deck for Auburn. Fralick at first, Rembert at second, and Carter at third. They're there with nobody out in the first. Stretch. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 call. First out of the inning.
And too close to take with 2 strikes.
He disposed of Bingaman in 3 pitches, and here's Terrell.
That's a good pitch.
Lefty on lefty. Outfield swings around to the right side. Big hole on the left side of the infield for Bub. Bases loaded and 1 out. The stretch and the pitch. Strike call on the inside corner.
Well, last night Riojas gave up those back-to-back doubles. Then he settled in really nicely. Harrison's trying to match that performance here.
0-1 to Bub. Stretch and pitch. Swing and a miss. And since hitting Fralick on a 1-0 pitch, he has thrown nothing but strikes since. Striking out Bingaman, and now he's ahead of Terrell 0-2. Stretch in the pitch. Got him swinging. Off the outside corner, 2 outs in the inning.
Went a little further away with each of the 3 pitches.
And now it's up to Guevara. 0 for 4 last night, batting .315, 4 homers and 18 runs batted in. He's trying to fight his way out of a slump just a little bit. No time like the present. Bases loaded, now 2 outs. Stretch in the pitch. Fastball for strike 1. And we are learning the strike zone of Derek Malika together.
Guevara is going to have a lot of room in left center and down the left field line.
Bases loaded, 2 outs in the first. Harrison comes set in the pitch. High with the fastball, 1-1 the count to Guevara. It's the first pitch he's thrown out of the strike zone since hitting Fralick to load the bases with no 1 out. He struck out Bingaman on 3 pitches and Terrell on 3 pitches. Now 1-1 to Guevara. 1-1 pitch. Line drive above the Texas dugout off the netting, and the count is a ball and 2 strikes to the Auburn third baseman.
That was a late reaction to an off-speed pitch. He's thrown a lot of those off-speed pitches this inning.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Guevara. Stretch in the pitch. Swing and a drive into right, but right at Duplantier. And Texas works out of trouble in the first. Bases loaded, nobody out, and Harrison retires the side from there. No runs a hit, no errors. 3 men left for Auburn through 1. No score at Plainsman Park. And Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
In 1977, Ford F-Series became the best-selling trucks in America. 33 million trucks later, we've kept that title every year since. And that's a formula we plan on repeating. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. The best-selling trucks in America for 49 years and counting. Based on 1977 to 2025 calendar year industry reported total sales.
Are you ready for your winning moment? Find it at Wind Creek Casino, where the action never stops. Hottest games, loosest spins, more ways to win. We've got the highest payouts and the most epic rewards. At Wind Creek, there's a win waiting for you around every corner. Wind Creek Casino. Find your winning moment. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This broadcast of Auburn baseball is brought to you in part by Cook's Pest Control. The best defense for your home is Cook's Pest Control, the South's most trusted name in pest control since 1928, and the official pest control partner of the Auburn Tigers.
No scores. We move to the top of the second. Well, the first innings couldn't have been more polar-like. Texas retired in order in the top of the first. Auburn loaded the bases with no 1 out in the bottom, but Harrison struck out 2 and got a line drive to end the inning. No score, and it is Rodriguez, Becerra, and DePack to the plate in the top of the second. I think we've got a pitch comm issue for the Auburn starter, Jackson Sanders, I think, who needed 11 pitches to get through the first inning. Tonight's second inning is brought to you by Auburn Bank. champions of you. With Brad Law, Quinn Burkeen in our Skyview Auburn studios, I'm Andy Burcham. Glad to be with you on a gorgeous Saturday evening of SEC baseball. Tigers won here last night 4-3. Same two teams wrap up the series tomorrow afternoon at 2. Adrian Rodriguez will lead it off for the Longhorns. Shortstop 0 for 3 last night, but scored a run. Wind and delivery. And it drops low and away and gets away from the catcher. A ball and no strikes to Rodriguez, batting .282. No homers and 16 runs batted in. Sanders, the wind and the 1-0. Off the end of the bat, up the middle. McCrane to his left, fields and throws to first, high and safe. Ball sailed on Brandon, and Rodriguez, good base runner, is on board for Texas. It's going to be an error on Brandon McCrane.
Had to go a long way to get to that ball and couldn't steady himself to make the throw.
May have dropped the elbow a little bit when he was throwing across his body. For Brandon, that is his 4th error of the year. And the pitch misses down and in to Timo Becerra. Third baseman 0 for 4 last night, batting .307. 5 homers and 21 runs batted in. Rodriguez at first, 6 out of 7 in stolen bases. Stretch in the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Off speed, down and in, evens the count at a ball and a strike.
Texas 10 for 10 stealing bases in conference play so far. I mean, they ran a lot against Ole Miss.
Didn't have opportunities last night because they weren't on base often. 1-1 pitch. Missed down and in.
And another lefty with a good pickoff move for Auburn here today.
Sanders has one of Auburn's 3 pickoffs this season. Rodriguez at first reached on an error. The pitch on the way. Just missed the outside corner. 3-1. Becerra hitting .357 with runners on base. He's got Rodriguez down at first, the 3-1. Strike, off speed at 82, full count. Auburn coaxed a double play ball to end the 9th inning last night. Now a 3-2 to Becerra. Chopper off of him.
Ooh. Looked worse than it was. He popped right up.
They got him on the lead leg, that left leg. He's walking it off. A new supply of baseballs to the home plate umpire, Derek Malika. Oh, man, that came and hit him just below the left knee on the shin off the bat. Bingaman holds the runner at first, Adrian Rodriguez. 3-2 the count to Becerra. The stretch in the pitch. Swing and a miss.
Boy, the change to the righties. It's just been so good. It was good for Jake last night and good for Jackson here.
Third strikeout in the first inning and 2/3, or inning and a third for Sanders. The K-Counter presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number one. Here's the left fielder, Anthony Pack Jr. Stretch, and the pitch, the runner goes high, throw to second base, and he is safe. Ball got away from McCrane.
The throw was there.
I think it was.
Yeah, the throw was there. Fralick was ready. He was ready for Rodriguez to take off. He came out of there perfectly, fired a strike down. It just was not caught.
7th stolen base for Rodriguez. The pitch was a strike to Pack. Sanders comes set. And a throw back to second base. Pack back to the bag. With McCrane covering. I'm with you, Brad. I think if McCrane holds on to the ball, he's out at second base. But it is a stolen base, the 7th of the year for Rodriguez. 0-1 to Pack. Stretch in the pitch. This down. Ball and a strike. Popped out of the glove of the catcher, Frelick. Pack, a left-handed hitter against the lefty Jackson Sanders. Stretch in the pitch. Missed outside. 2 balls and a strike. 0 for 4 with an RBI last night on that ball that was hit on the infield in the 9th to Guevara with the infield in. Now the 2-1 to Pack. Here it is. High, ball 3. Pack hits .315 this season, 4 homers and 24 runs batted in. 5 starters for Texas in their lineup tonight with at least 20 runs batted in. 3-1 pitch. Ball 4 inside to Pack. Runners at first and second with 1 out.
Jackson was a little all over the place in that at bat. He missed out, missed in, missed down. Sets the double play back up.
And here's the first baseman, Casey Borba. Batting .333, 7 homers and 22 runs batted in, and Chase Frelick is out to talk it over with his starting pitcher, Sanders. Pat on the backside, and Frelick back behind the plate for the Tigers. Borba went 1 for 4 last night. Runners at first and second, nobody out for Texas. And as Borba got into the box, he must have called time to reset. Really good speed out there right now for Texas with Rodriguez at second and Pack at first, 2 of their best base stealers. Stretch by Sanders and a throw back to second.
He is really thinking an awful lot about that first run of the game potentially down there at second base. And that may have affected his missing to Pack.
Stretch the pitch to Borba. Down the middle at the knees for strike 1. A leadoff error allows Rodriguez to reach base. A strikeout to Becerra, a walk to Pack. Now the 0-1 to Borba. Here it is. Inside, a ball and a strike. Rembert shades up the middle at second base for the Tigers. Stretch. Now the 1-1. Strike on the outside corner at 82.
So he's gone change up away to righties to get strikeouts early in this ball game. We'll see if he goes back there here.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Borba. Here comes the pitch. Line drive, base hit up the middle. Rodriguez had to make sure it got through, so he just gets to third base on the play. Throw comes in, it's cut off by Bingaman. And Texas has the bases loaded with 1 out in the second.
He didn't go with a changeup. He went with a fastball, and he got too much of the plate.
Rodriguez's first step back at second base was to the bag. And he only made it to third. Station to station baseball for Texas.
It was hit pretty hard, too.
Agreed. And now the Longhorns with the bases loaded and 1 out. Here's Jaden Duplantier. Sanders trying to work out of a jam in the second. The pitch. Drops in for strike 1. Duplantier 0 for 1 in last night's action. Walked a couple times last night with a strikeout. Pitch on the way. A little bit high. 1 ball and 1 strike to the right fielder for Texas, batting .310. No homers and 5 runs batted in. Really good with bases or runners on base. He's batting .455. 1-1 pitch. Popped it up. Left side of the infield fly rule is on. Shortstop, McCrane under it. 2 outs.
Change up. Deplantier early and under it. Just exactly what Sanders needed.
Whew. And here's Maddox Mansour. DH for the Longhorns. Did not play last night.
This is his first start of the year.
Hitting .429 though, with no homers and 4 runs batted in and 3 stolen bases.
Yeah, 3 for 7 with all of that.
Bases loaded and 2 outs. Pitch to him. Outside, ball 1.
And I think this is your number 9 hitter, and even though he's 3 for 7, he's only got 7 at bats on the year. You got to challenge him.
Bases loaded, 2 outs for Texas. Sanders comes set. There's strike 2 to Mansour. Was talking with Chris Morrison, former Auburn pitcher, among those honored before the game tonight. He and Mansour's dad played junior college ball together. Said, I was hoping to get to see Mansour. I said, well, you are. He's the DH tonight. 1-1 pitch. Strike 2. Changeup.
Beautiful. Right on the corner. Now Auburn's got a chance to swing that pendulum of momentum back their way.
Borba at first, Pack at second, Rodriguez at third. 2 down, a ball and 2 strikes, the count to Mansour. Sanders the stretch, the crowd comes alive. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Line drive, base hit to right. It was an off-speed pitch and he adjusted. 2 runs are going to score. Runner tries for third and he's going to make it. That will allow Mansour to get to second. Texas breaks on top by a score of 2-0. And Brad, we saw this last year in Austin. 2-strike hitting. Both base hits in this inning have come on 1-2 pitches.
They have, and they cashed in the errors. The error that allowed Rodriguez to reach, and then the walk, so the free base runners. And Texas cashed them in. That's a good piece of hitting. Mansour only 7 at-bats on the year, but he got an off-speed pitch on the outside corner, and he didn't try to do too much. He didn't try to open up that shoulder or drop his head. He just served it up into right field, and it got the job done.
2-0 Texas. Runners at second and third now with 2 outs. In the top of the order, and Mendoza at the plate. Pitch on the way. Fouled back. He jumped on the first pitch. And we see L.J. Cormier already head to the Auburn bullpen.
Yeah, runs are at a premium here, and Sanders showed in that first inning against Florida State an ability to kind of snap into place after that inning is up. You got to limit the damage here to 2.
He stretches and pitches. Line drive up the right side, off the top of the 984 club. A leadoff error in the inning. Rodriguez appeared to be thrown out at second base, but McCrane didn't hold on to the ball. It was his error that opened the inning, and then a walk, and Texas has taken advantage, lead 2-0. 0-2 to Mendoza. Stretch in the pitch. Missed outside, a ball and 2 strikes.
They've already pushed Sanders up to 39 pitches, too.
He had 11 in the first inning. 2-0, Texas leads it. We're in the top of the second. Sanders comes set. And a 1-2 pitch to Mendoza. Chopper foul, third base side over the third base coach's box.
Double-digit strikeouts for the Auburn staff last night. And 2 strikeouts in the first inning. 3 of the first 4 outs came by strikeout. But the last couple of batters that have gotten to 2 strikes have won the battle.
And the count is a ball and 2 strikes here to Mendoza with runners at second and third. 2 outs and 2 home for Texas. Here's the pitch. Hit him. Fastball up and in at 93. And the bases are loaded now for Carson Tinney. Closing out at bats with advantage counts. A little bit of a struggle in this inning for Jackson Sanders.
Yep, that's 3 of the last 4.
That is his 4th hit batter of the year. And now Tinney at the plate, a strikeout victim in the first. He's the 8th man to bat for Texas in the second. The bases are loaded, and Auburn pitching coach Everett Tiefert is on his way to the mound with the entire infield. And Auburn's bullpen is already active.
Yeah, Cormier starting to throw down there. While they meet, let's check the Yellowwood scoreboard. Ole Miss took the rubber game of its series from Kentucky, 12-9 the final in Oxford. Georgia has won the series over Texas A&M, winning today in College Station 8-2. Arkansas scores a come-from-behind win in 10 innings at South Carolina to claim that series 3-2, the final score. It was Alabama beating Florida 8-4 in Tuscaloosa. Alabama's taken the first 2 games of that series. And Oklahoma wins the rubber game of its series at LSU 4-3. Sooners take that series. The other games, no score. Missouri and Tennessee. In Knoxville, Vandy at Mississippi State. No score, both games in the second inning.
We're in the second inning as well. Texas has plated 2, threatens for more with 2 down and the bases loaded. Pitch on the way to Tenney. Missed the outside corner. Jackson Sanders comes set. 1-0 to Tenney. High fly ball off the end of the bat to left. Terrell back, now in. And the inning comes to a close.
Could have been worse.
2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error. And 3 men left for Texas. We go to the bottom of the second. Longhorns lead the Tigers 2-0. And this is the Auburn Sports Network.
At Affordable Comfort Cooling Systems and Plumbing, we believe our work is more than just AC and plumbing repairs. It's about serving people with integrity and care. As a Christian-owned company, we take Colossians 3:23 to heart. Whatever you do, work at it all with your heart, as working for the Lord, not for men. That's why at ACCS and Plumbing, we do the job right the first time and always stand behind our work. As a proud Ream dealer, we're committed to offering top-quality products and faith-driven values. Give us a call today or visit accsauburn.com to learn more. That's accsauburn.com.
Number 12084. Life moves fast. Shouldn't your checking account keep up? Meet Explore Checking from Max Credit Union. No monthly fees, no minimum balance requirement. Enjoy perks like access to your paycheck up to 2 days early, earning rewards that can be turned into cash each time you spend with your Max debit card. Plus, with 24/7 digital banking and an easy-to-use mobile app, managing your money is quick and effortless. Start exploring today at mymax.com/explore. Certain restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Go to the bottom half of the second. Tigers trail Texas 2-0. Cook's Pest Control is tonight's game sponsor. Don't worry about pests this spring. Call your Cook's expert and be one step ahead of them. Cook's, the official pest control partner of Auburn Athletics. Auburn loaded the bases with no one out in the first, but the starter Luke Harrison worked out of a jam. Texas loaded the bases in the top of the second, got 2 runs home, and Auburn will send the bottom third of the order to the plate here in the second. The McCrane brothers, Mason and Brandon, and then Todd Clay.
What you want to do here, Andy, try to get more pitches out of Harrison. Even though Auburn didn't score in the first, they got 20 pitches out of the starter. Bloody his nose a little bit, and you saw what happened when you got into the bullpen last night. Try to do the same thing today earlier.
McCrane 2 for 4. That's Mason last night. Pitched to him, and it's a strike on the inside corner. He led off the ninth with a double into right center field. Came home and scored one of 3 runs on that single by Bristol Carter. And there's strike 2 to Mason McCrane. 0-2 to the Auburn freshman right fielder.
He's thrown 12 pitches since he hit Freilich. 11 have been strikes.
0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Goodness. And that's not 98. I mean, it's a 92 mile an hour fastball up and away.
He has sharpened his approach since loading the bases in the first, hasn't he?
Yeah, double, walk, hit batter, and then strikeout, fly out, strikeout. He's settled in.
And here's Brandon McCrane. 0 for 4 last night. Tiger shortstop bats .400 on the year. The pitch shows bunt, takes it just off the inside corner for ball 1.
Not a bad idea. Try to get their defense moving, try to break up the rhythm.
1 out, nobody on for Auburn. We're in the bottom of the second. Pitch. Chopper foul, third base side. A ball and a strike to Brandon McCrane. 2-0. Texas leads Auburn. Bases loaded, nobody out for Auburn in the first. Tigers didn't score. Texas loaded the bases in the top of the second and scored twice. 1-1. It's right down the middle, a strike at 93. 1-2 the count. Harrison is ready to go. Right side of the rubber. The 1-2. Jammed him, popped it up. Right side, that'll get out of play.
He's been good with a high fastball to both lefties and righties here so far. And has to be, I mean, he's comfortable. He's a graduate player, had 15 starts for them last year. He's completely comfortable in his role.
Another 1-2. McCrane popped it back here. Brandon looking for his first hit of the weekend. Another long look in by Luke Harrison. Pitch clock down to 6. Now down to 3. Here's the pitch. Foul back here. Good cut by Brandon McCrane.
He's challenging him time after time up in the strike zone. I keep waiting for him to throw a breaking ball down after he's raised the plane of the bat up.
Another 1-2. Change up, missed high.
Harrison thought he had the strikeout.
Yeah, not by much.
He was walking off the mound.
Just a little up. Here is the 2-2. Got him. Down.
Finally did. Up 4 pitches in a row.
Just changed the plane.
Yep.
And the McCrane brothers go down on strikes. And Todd Clay comes to the plate with nobody on and 2 down. Harrison doing exactly what you want after your ball club gets a couple runs in the top of the inning. Clay swings and misses on an off-speed down and in, 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch. Swing and a miss.
He hadn't been really close on either one of these swings.
Harrison within a strike of Kane, the side here. He's ahead of Clay, no balls and 2 strikes. Wind and pitch. Line drive foul, third base side. Gabe Gross in the third base coach's box tonight. Understand Carl Nunemaker, a little bit of an injury on that final play last night. So he's in the dugout tonight. Another pitch to Clay. He laid off this one, it missed low. 1-2 the count.
Well, I mean, somebody was bound to be, I guess, in the chaos.
1-2 to Clay. Chopper, third base side. Third baseman charges. Becerra throws to first. And Harrison retires Auburn in order in the second. We're through 2 at Plainsman Park. Texas leads Auburn by a score of 2-0. And Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
There's team pride, and then there's extra Tiger pride. When I'm carrying the Auburn University Regents Visa debit card or prepaid Regents Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra Auburn gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra War Eagle from the cashier too. Visit Regions.com/Go Tigers to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
Tonight's third inning presented by the Vance Law Firm. At the Vance Law Firm, they say dial 3 for me. 334-333-3333. Texas 2, Auburn nothing. Top of the third for the Longhorns. 3, 4, and 5 hitters to face Jackson Sanders. He was at 11 pitches after the first. He's at 43 pitches now as he gets ready to work the third inning. Walked a batter, hit a batter, tried to work around a leadoff error and a stolen base. Texas scored twice. A couple base hits on 1-2 pitches.
The two guys that reached on the error and a walk.
And they're the ones that came home to school.
That's how baseball works. You will pay for mistakes.
Here's Aiden Robbins. First pitch to him. Drive into deep center field. Back goes Bristol Carter at the track, and this one's gone. His third home run of the weekend.
He did it again.
Well, I think he was doing that to the bullpen. No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't. They're taunting Bristol Carter.
Yeah, they sure are.
Again, he didn't learn his lesson.
His error gave up the tying and winning runs last night after he hit a couple home runs.
Boy, that's a lot of brass.
Well, he's hit 3 home runs this weekend.
He also lost him the game.
9th home run of the year for Robbins. Off the batting eye in center, and it's a 3-0 lead for Texas. And here's Adrian Rodriguez. Rodriguez reached on an error to lead off the second. Wind and the pitch. In there for a strike.
That ought to light a fire under this team if it wasn't already.
And this crowd, how about
that?
0-1 pitch. Line drive left side up into the Yeti yard. Look out. 0-2 the count to Rodriguez. Now, Robbins' 3 home runs this weekend have been impressive.
Yes, they have.
They're all 3 solo shots. 0-2 pitch to Rodriguez. It missed down. He held up a ball and 2 strikes. Rodriguez reached on a throwing error by the shortstop Brandon McCrane in the first. He stole second and scored the first run of the ball game. Now the 1-2. Here it is. Missed outside, 2-2. Sanders set down Texas in order in the top of the first. Texas has scored 3 times since then. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him with a fastball.
They turned him all the way around. Total 360, and he may have hurt his shoulder.
That is the 4th strikeout tonight for Sanders. The K-Counter presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number 1.
We're going to watch. Rodriguez was dipping that left shoulder on his way to the dugout after the strikeout.
And he sits down in the dugout.
Yeah.
And it appears that he's in a little bit of pain. 1 down in the inning. Here's Temo Becerra. Pitch. Miss low, ball 1. Becerra, a strikeout victim in the second inning. Yeah, it sure does look like he injured or maybe re-injured a shoulder. We don't know. Pitch on the way. Shows bunt. Strike. A ball and a strike to count to Becerra. Looks like the medical staff attending to Adrian Rodriguez. Sanders, the 1-1 pitch. Just missed the outside corner. Maybe a bit down, 2-1. A run home and 1 out here in the third for Texas. Longhorns lead the Tigers 3-0. Pitch on the way. Whew, don't know where that one was. Don't know where that one was. It's 3-1. Here is the 3-1 pitch. Becerra into the gap in left center field. Long run for Bub Terrell. It's off the bottom of the wall.
Nobody's
throw
on
comes
the
back
bag.
in and nobody is there to cover. He's now going to try for third. Here's the throw. It's high. He is out. Out at third base. Bingaman to Guevara.
No argument from Texas.
Home plate umpire went up the line to make the call. There was nobody covering second, so the throw came in. Bingaman was backing up the play, and Becerra, who had just double, tried for third, and Bingaman threw him out on the tag by Guevara.
Terrell played that exquisitely in the canyon. Barehanded it on one bounce off the wall and fired a rocket in, and Auburn catches a break.
2 outs in the inning. First pitch is a little bit low to Pack. Pack with a walk, and he scored in the second. 2 outs and nobody on for Texas. Sanders, the wind and the 1-0. Past the catcher to the backstop, and 2 balls and no strikes to count to Pack. Three 0 Texas, the 2-0 pitch. Ball, strike call on the inside corner.
That's as casual a strike call as you're going to get in this league.
2 balls and a strike now to Pack. Infield plays him to pull the right side, the 2-1 pitch. Strike 2.
Nice bounce back here. Now he's got to finish him off. Auburn goes into the shift, the full shift.
Yeah, Guevara plays shortstop. Everybody else on the right side of the infield. 2-2 to Pack. All 3 down and in.
He's gone to that inside corner 3 straight pitches.
Three-2 pitch on the way. Line drive up the right side, but foul off the brick facade. And it caroms into right field. Mason McCrane throws that into the K corner, where they are K counting. Another 3-2 pitch to Pack. On the way. Walked it, missed high.
Well, he's walked Pack twice.
And it gives Borba a chance.
It's making that pitch count climb. He's at 61.
Runner at first, Pack a threat to run. 7 stolen bases in 8 attempts this year. And the count is 1-0.
Pitch clock violation, I guess.
Seen that called against Texas and against Auburn tonight. A ball and no strikes to Borba. Sanders stretches and throws to first. Pack is back, standing up. Bingaman applies the tag. A ball and no strikes to Borba. Here's the pitch. It misses low, 2-0. Bristol Carter will lead off the Auburn bottom of the third. I'll be interested to see how this crowd and this dugout reacts after the mocking by the Texas bullpen and Robbins on his home run. Another throw to first, runner back. Pack did not have a big lead. Three 3-0 Texas. A leadoff homer by Robbins here in the third. They have a runner at first with 2 outs. And another throw to first. Again, Pack back, standing up. He and Bingaman are getting well acquainted over there.
He's not shortening his lead at all.
No. Pack 7 of 8 this season in stolen bases. 2-0 to Borba. Here it is. Swing and a miss out in front.
Really good pitch.
2-1.
Had him looking for a fastball there.
Outfield straightaway, deep in center and in left. Normal depth in right for McCrane. Stretch and the 2-1 to Borba. A little bit low, 3-1.
That's 3 straight hitters. He's gone to a 3-ball count.
Went to 3-1 to Becerra, gave up a double. He was thrown out trying to stretch it to third. He walked back on a 3-2 pitch. Now it's 3-1 to Borba. Here's the pitch. And he walked him.
This is a patient Texas team with the 3 walks tonight. That's now 137 they've drawn this year.
Sanders had 5 walks total coming into tonight.
Yeah.
He has 3 and a hit batter tonight. First and second, 2 outs for the Longhorns, and here's Jaden Duplantier. Right-hander against the lefty Sanders. Tried to hold up, pitch was on the inside corner for strike 1. Duplantier with the bases loaded and 1 out in the second, popped up to the shortstop. Pack a lead at second. Borber from first, the pitch. A little bit low, ball and a strike to Duplantier. Texas tries to add to a 3-run lead with 2 down here in the 3rd inning. 1-1 pitch to Duplantier. Missed outside throw to first, and it gets past Bingaman into right. The runners will move up to second and third. The throw was low. Bingaman couldn't scoop it. And the throwing error by Fralick moves runners to second and third with 2 outs. Auburn fortunate that Pack didn't score from second base. Auburn had the runner at first, I think, but the throw was low and into the runner. And it skipped into right. Nice job by McCrane.
I think that'll do it.
Wow.
For Sanders. Everett Tieford's out of the dugout. With a 2-1 count.
Back-to-back walks and a throwing error.
Yeah.
And Texas has runners at second and third with 2 down. 2 balls and a strike to count to Duplantier.
Now, there's been no signal.
Everett looking into that bullpen, though, and the home plate umpire, Derek Malika, is out. And they're going to leave him in there.
Talking strategy with a runner at third and 2 outs. Are you less likely for a breaking ball in the dirt?
Yeah. Well, you've got first base open if that's an option, but Mansour, the DH, was the one that drove home 2 runs in the second. Second and third, and 2 outs here in the third. 3-0 Texas on top. 2-1 pitch. Duplantier tried to hold up. He could not. On a pitch diving down, 2-2 the count. Another massive crowd inside and outside Plainsman Park tonight. Sanders trying to work out of a jam in the third. The pitch. It missed low. Full count.
Tough take by Duplantier.
The DH, Mansour, waits on deck. Full count. Runners at second and third, 2 down. Pitch on the way. High and deep into left, and that will lead the ballpark. And it's a 6-0 lead for Texas. Three-two pitch that he grooved. And Duplantier, his first home run of the year. And Texas has scored 4 times in the inning and now leads 6-0. And you hear that Texas dugout.
And 4 of the runs that have scored have reached on freebies. You know, a solo homer is going to happen every now and then. But when there are 2 walks ahead of him, that's tough.
2 down, and here's Mansour. The pitch. He shows bunt, takes it outside. Sanders was outstanding in the first, but errors, walks, he just hasn't been able to work around those free bases since. And it's a 6-0 lead for Texas. 1-0. Strike. 1-1 to Mansour.
And I'm thinking this is probably the last batter
in all likelihood
that he will face, whether he gets him or not. 2 outs in the inning.
Ball and a strike to Mansour. Misses low. We pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Two on two. Mansour is in there for a strike. Count is even, 2-2. Two-two pitch. Line drive, base hit into center.
They've been on the fastball.
Yeah, he's 2 for 2 on the night. And just about everyone, with the exception of the Robbins home run, every base hit for Texas has come with 2 strikes in the count. And Brad, it's what we saw last year down in Austin.
It is, and it's, Sanders, they've been on the fastball. Most of these hits have come on fastballs. He was trying to get that to the inside corner. He did not get it there. Mansour pulled the hands in. Didn't try to do too much with it, much like his at-bat last inning. They struggled with the off-speed pitches. They did not struggle with the fastball.
And that will be all for Jackson Sanders as Auburn makes a Cook's Pest Control pitching change.
Looking for legendary wings, mouth-watering burgers, and unbeatable pizza for your next big event? Baumhauer's Catering is here to satisfy your cravings. From tailgates, birthdays, to office lunches and weddings, boost your event with delicious flavors of Baumhauer's Catering. We offer pickup or delivery, or choose our full-service catering that includes setup and staff. Don't have space for your big event? We can even host you in our dedicated party space. Baumhauer's Victory Grill Catering. Legendary flavors, zero hassle. War Eagle.
The new pitcher for Auburn is L.J. Cormier, the freshman from Tuscaloosa. 6'1", 173, a right-hander. Cormier, no record in a half a dozen appearances, earned run average of 3.12, 8 2/3 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs, only 3 of them earned, 6 walks, and 15 strikeouts. He's hit 3 batters, thrown 2 wild pitches, given up a double. Team's batting just 156 against L.J. Cormier. Well, Jackson Sanders, his first forgettable outing of the year. 2 2/3 innings, 6 hits, 6 runs, 4 earned, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. He hit a batter. 77 pitches, 44 strikes. Gave up a couple of home run balls. One of them a 3-run shot that followed back-to-back walks.
He walked 3, hit a batter, and all 4 of those runners came home to score.
Yeah.
2 throwing errors by Auburn in the first and the second and the third innings led to 2 unearned runs as well. And with 2 down and a runner at first, here's Ethan Mendoza to face Cormier. 6-0, Texas on top. Mendoza hit by a pitch in the second and popped up to first in the first. Throw to first, runner back.
Cormier's last 2 appearances have been his best 2 outings of the year.
Pitch on the way to Mendoza. In there for a strike.
Against UAB and Georgia Tech, 3 total innings, no runs, no hits, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts.
Cormier stretches. And the 0-1. Mendoza chops at third base side to Guevara. Near the bag. Flips to first. Inning over. 4 runs in the inning. 3 base hits, including a pair of homers. There was an error and a man left. To the bottom of the third with Texas on top now, 6-0. And this is the Auburn Sports Network.
Children's of Alabama reminds you that every child's head injury should be treated like a serious injury until a doctor says it's not. The CDC estimates some 4 million sports and recreation-related concussions occur each year. Even a minor fall or collision may be a concern. Symptoms typically include headaches, unsteadiness, confusion, or sleepiness. To find out what to do in case of a suspected concussion, visit childrensal.org/concussion and always dial 911 in case of an emergency.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong, you are fearless, you are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
The hole is bigger for Auburn to climb out of. Tigers trail 6-0 coming to the plate in the third. Top of the order, Bristol Carter, Chris Rembert, and Chase Fralick. After Luke Harrison worked out of a bases-loaded, no-one-out jam in the first with 20 pitches total. He needed 16 to work through a perfect second. And it will be Bristol Carter to lead off the Auburn third. He led off the first with a double. And Auburn fans in the dugout alike do the Bristol clap, or the Carter clap. Pitch on the way. Shows bunt. Takes it off the inside corner for ball one. Bristol batting .426 on the season. Harrison, the wind and the pitch. Upstairs, ball two. Carter doubled but was stranded at third in the first. Auburn had the bases loaded and no one out. Texas has responded with 6 runs. Carter takes a strike off the outside corner, 2 balls and a strike. Harrison, the wind of the 2-1. Bristol chops it back to the pitcher. 2 hops to him. He twirls, throws to first, and gets Carter for the out. That 2-0 pitch that missed the outside corner but was called a strike completely changed that at bat. And here comes Chris Rembert. Rembert walked but was stranded in the second in the first. Harrison winds and fires, and Rembert takes it off the inside corner for ball one. Fralick was hit, loading the bases, nobody out in the first. Since then, Harrison has set down 7 in a row. The 1-0. Rembert chops it right side. Second baseman Mendoza to his left. Flips to first for the out. Quickly, 2 down for Auburn in the third. And it brings Fralick to the plate. Chase hit by a pitch in the first. And Auburn hasn't sniffed a base runner since. In the meantime, Texas has scored 6 runs. The pitch down the middle, it's a strike.
Left side is open.
0-1, just off the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike. And Butch Thompson is strolling to the mound.
Oh my.
To talk with Derek Malika. That pitch was called a ball. I wonder if it's maybe the pace of play. I'm not certain, friends. It is a brief conversation with the Auburn head coach and the home plate umpire, Derek Malika. A ball and a strike to Fralick. Swing and a miss. 95 and down. 1-2. And Harrison is rolling right now for Texas. A ball and 2 strikes to count. The pitch clock is at 2. Here's the pitch. Foul tip in and out of the glove of the catcher, Tinney.
Yeah, Harrison is doing it on purpose. He quick pitched 2 pitches ago, and there he took it all the way down to 2.
And we've seen him do that several times
Yeah.
tonight. 1-2. Missed the corner.
And that was the quick pitch again with 15 on the clock.
Yeah.
So that's another way to try to throw off the timing of the hitters.
2-2. Fouled back by Freilich. Two outs and nobody on for Auburn in the third. Texas on top of Auburn right now, 6-0. Now the 2-2 pitch. Freilich to the second, or rather to the shortstop. He flips to first in the shift, and Harrison has retired 9 in a row. We're through 3 at Plainsman Park. Texas 6, Auburn nothing. And Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Exclusive play-by-play coverage of Auburn baseball is brought to you by Alabama Power. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers.
We move to the fourth. L.J. Cormier on for the starter, Jackson Sanders. Texas leads Auburn 6-0. And to take you through the middle 3, here is Brad Law.
All right, Andy, thank you. 8 batters in the second for the Longhorns, 8 in the third for the Longhorns. L.J. Cormier came in. He got the last out of the third inning in 2 pitches. He'll face Tenney, Robbins, and Rodriguez. Texas, on both of its home runs, has mocked Auburn, doing the Bristol Carter walk-up music overhead clap. They've hit a solo shot and a 3-run home run, part of their 6-0 lead. Here's Tenney. And the first pitch, up and in with a breaking ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Tenney is 0 for 2. He has struck out and flied out to left. Big power swings from the guys in burnt orange tonight. 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball low, 2-0. Righty-righty matchup here to start the 4th inning. Cormier off the wind, delivers, and gets a strike. Off-speed pitch, it's 2-1. Two-one delivery. Check swing, pitch was a strike. It evens the count at 2-2. Tenney caught looking in the first inning. His 24th strikeout of the year. Can Cormier get 25? Yes, no, he can. He got a piece of it, and it's fouled away, and that got a piece of Freilich. That one glanced off of Chase. And he is limping as he walks back behind the plate area. They'll give him some time to try to shake it off, but he's favoring the left leg. Finally gives the nod. Gets back behind the plate, crouches down. 2-2 pitch. Fastball just a little bit low. Close, but a little low. And now the count is full to the Texas catcher. Wind in the payoff pitch. Grounded, foul, past third. Capacity crowd tonight and then some. They are lining the parking deck, 3 levels, both parallel to the field and perpendicular to the field. Another payoff pitch due Tenney. It's on the way. Nope. Time called just as Cormier was going into his motion, so he'll have to reset, do it again. Here's the pitch. Lined into left field, base hit, pulled it off the end of the bat. Tenney reached out over the plate, took an off-speed pitch, well placed. He just reached across and got it. Pulled it into left for a single, so now he's joined the party. A leadoff single. Third straight inning, the leadoff man has reached or crossed first base. And here's Aiden Robbins. Blasted a home run to straightaway center field to lead off last inning. First pitch to him. Breaking ball, strike one. Grill smoke wafts across from right to left. Beautiful night. Auburn hoping to fight back here, show some fight, and give these fans something to get loud about. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Breaking ball, low and through the wickets into the backstop, and the runner goes to second. Tenney's in scoring position with nobody out. A ball and a strike to Aiden Robbins. A strikeout in the first, a homer in the third, and he's up there for the third time tonight. We're in the top of the fourth. Here's a 1-1. Swing and a miss. Slider, 1-2. Nobody out, runner at second. Top of the fourth, 6-0. Texas leads it. Cormier comes set, looks home, fires. And it's popped up off the end of the bat. Shallow center, long run, trouble. Rembert is back, and he makes the catch in center field. Rembert had to go a long way for that. He had eyes on it the whole way, despite Carter coming in from center, and Rembert went back, tracked it, and made the catch for the first out. That's a tough play. Rembert made it for the first out. And it keeps Tenney planted at second base for now. So here is Adrian Rodriguez. Looked like he hurt his shoulder on a swing and miss last time up. He takes a first pitch strike on the inside corner. He showed bunt, but did not offer at it. Obviously went back out there defensively and is back out there now. Wide open stance for the sophomore shortstop. The 0-1 pitch. Bounced and blocked by Fraley. 1-1 the count. Rodriguez reached on an error in the second, stole a base, and scored. And then struck out in the third. Third straight inning for Rodriguez to come to the plate. 1-1 pitch. Pulled down the right field line, foul. He missed extra bases and an RBI by about 3 feet. Handcuffed him a little. He was early on it and hit it foul down the right field line. So now Cormier ahead in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Tenney gets his lead from second. Rodriguez opens up his stance a little more. 1-2. Fly ball left center field. Terrell back. Further back, reaches up on the warning track and makes the catch. Tenney tags from second. He makes it to third. Terrell went to the deepest part of the ballpark to track that ball down for the second out. Well struck by Rodriguez. His shoulder seems fine, but it's the second out of the inning. Couple of fly outs. Tenney at third. And now Timo Becerra comes to the plate. He doubled in the third, but was thrown out trying to go to third. Becerra struck out in the second. First pitch to him. Up and in. 1 ball, no strike. First full inning of relief for Cormier. Freshman right-hander deals. Breaking ball, stayed a little high. It's 2-0. As this game plays out, we're in the 4th inning now. If Auburn can chip away, get back in it, grab a lead, the plan would be for Ryan Hetzler to go tonight. 2-0 pitch. Fastball, pop foul back out of play, 2-1. But if the Tigers are not able to figure out Harrison or get into the bullpen and it stays this distance, you might save Hetzler for tomorrow. 2-1 to count to Becerra, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Late swing at a high fastball, and the count evens at 2-2.
Back-to-back fastballs after he opened the at-bat with a couple breaking balls out of the strike zone.
The 2-2. Bouncing ball, too short. McCrane fields and throws a perfect strike over to first for the out. And the inning is over. A leadoff single, and Cormier works around it, strands him at third. No runs on a hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. Longhorns have stranded 5, but they've scored 6. They lead it 6-0. Auburn comes to bat in the bottom of the 4th inning when we come back. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Alabama Power is here for you when big storms hit, but we're also here for the little things. We're there to get the coffee started, to make sure everyone's ready for school, for midday dance breaks and evening entertainment. We're also there to help you save on all that energy with easy-to-use tips, tools, and efficiency programs. So enjoy these moments.
Kids, movie night.
And we'll do the rest. Visit alabamapower.com and follow us on social to learn more.
Looking for legendary wings, mouth-watering burgers, and unbeatable pizza for your next big event? Baumhauer's Catering is here to satisfy your cravings. From tailgates, birthdays, to office lunches and weddings, boost your event with delicious flavors of Baumhauer's Catering. We offer pickup or delivery, or choose our full-service catering that includes setup and staff. Don't have space for your big event? We can even host you in our dedicated party space. Baumhauer's Victory Grill Catering. Legendary flavors, zero hassle. War Eagle.
Bingham and Terrell Guevara trying to figure out Luke Harrison, who gave up a double, a walk, and a hit batter to the first 3 hitters and has since retired 9 in a row.
And really,
he hadn't been challenged.
No, he hasn't.
No, he has not been challenged in the last 9 outs.
The only hard hit ball among those, the 2-out liner to right by Guevara in the first inning.
Yeah. Ethan Bingaman struck out on 3 pitches in the first. First pitch, up and in, 1 ball, no strikes. Still plenty of time, and we've seen Auburn put together big innings late in games. Bingaman swings and fouls it back. 1 ball, 1 strike. 6 is an awful lot to make up against this Texas staff. They've got a team ERA of just over 2.5. That's the team ERA. That's not the starters. That's everybody. 1-1. Low. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Their starters ERA coming into the weekend was 1.90.
Yeah. 2-1 the count. Harrison, the graduate left-hander, rocks and fires and misses the outside corner, and it's 3-1. So a hitter's count for Bingaman, who evaluates the strike zone well. Bingaman with 12 walks on the year, the true freshman from California. 3-1. Catches the outside corner, and the count is full. First 3-ball count that Harrison has gone to since he walked Rembert in the first inning. Riojas didn't go to 1 of the 7th last night. Payoff pitch. Down and in, ball 4. Good at bat by Bingaman. He starts the 4th with a walk.
Auburn's first base runner since the first.
Yep. I'll see if Terrell can get him in. Strikeout on 3 pitches for Bub in the first. Harrison went in, middle, and away in that at bat.
And the second is swing by Bub. He was looking to hit a grand slam.
Yeah.
It was a big old swing, and he came up empty.
Bristol Carter talked last night about slowing the game down. Pitch. Chopper towards short. Rodriguez backs up, slips and falls, and there's no play. He throws late to second. Rodriguez fielded at the edge of the grass in short left field and then went to throw, cocked his arm back, slipped, and fell down.
Well, we saw that happen to Guevara.
Yep.
Last night in the ninth. We saw that happen to Robbins in center on a ball that just skipped it past him and did not come up. And we see it happen right there to Rodriguez. No fault of Rodriguez.
Nope.
He was going to get that lead runner and just lost his footing.
Here is Eric Guevara. First pitch. High, ball one.
Good to see him take the pitch.
Sure was. He didn't miss by much, but it was a little up. First and second, nobody out. Crowd starts to stir a little bit. The 1-0 pitch. Upstairs, 2 balls, no strikes. Harrison had just been cruising right along. And then the walk to Bingaman and the infield single for Terrell. He doesn't like that baseball, so they give Harrison a new one off the right side of the rubber. They do not hold the runners, leading 6-0. Well, hold the runner at first anyway. They're staying close at second. 2-0 pitch. Breaking ball in for a strike. It's 2-1, a high strike. And Harrison got the call. It's 2-1. Guevara flew out to right in the first inning. 2-1 pitch. Outside, way outside, 3-1. Tenney had to lunge.
Sure did.
To stop it.
That's a good play by Tenney to keep the runners at first and second.
3 balls, 1 strike. A walk would load him up. 3-1. Ball 4 high.
All right.
Got to make him pay for the walks.
Well, this is the second time in this game that Auburn has loaded the bases with no one out.
Yeah.
They did nothing with it in the first.
No, strikeout, fly out.
And that will get the bullpen stirring for Texas.
Harrison is at 60 pitches with nobody out in the fourth. He threw 102 last week against Ole Miss, a career high. Now, some movement on the base pads, maybe. Mason McCrane, the freshman, stands in. Lefty, first pitch. Outside, ball 1. And this will draw a visit from the Texas pitching coach, and it will draw the noise from the crowd.
A leadoff walk to Bingaman on a 3-2 pitch. A really good job by Bingaman to work the walk. Bub Terrell catches a break on a ball that was to the back part of the infield, right on the edge of the outfield grass. And the shortstop Rodriguez fielded it, and as he was trying to throw to second, lost his footing. And then on a 3-1 pitch, Guevara reached on a walk. And we understand it's the right-hander Max Grubbs, a senior, warming up in the pen. Thank you, Noah.
This is a veteran team. Max Weiner, the pitching coach, goes out to have the mound visits, and he wraps that up with his graduate left-hander Harrison. Bases loaded, nobody out.
Well,
you can change the complexion of this game quickly here in the bottom of the fourth. Get a couple of runs across. Harrison had looked untouchable for 9 straight batters, but now they're loaded with nobody out. Pitch to McCrane. Oh, it's called strike 1 on the outside corner. Threw him a fastball, and he got the call. McCrane hitting .474 with runners in scoring position. Big hole left side, 1-1 pitch, low, ball 2. It's 2-1.
And I don't know if Auburn's just showing more patience or the fact that Harrison's just starting to miss a little bit more in this inning, Brady.
Auburn looking for their first hit with a runner in scoring position tonight. Here's the 2-1. Outside, ball 3.
That's a great take. It's off speed. He thought about it, but the freshman let it go.
And now a hitter's count. McCrane can be awfully selective. A Tiger at every base. Bingaman at third. Terrell at second. Guevara at first. 6-0 Texas. 3-1 pitch on the way. Bouncing ball, right side. Second baseman Fields tags the runner going by, throws to first for the out. He didn't tag the runner going to second. Okay. So the run scores. Bingaman scores from third. Jim Schlossnagle is going to come and argue that Guevara ran out of the baseline. He is asking Derek Malika about it now.
We'll get another look.
He may have tagged him.
I don't think he tagged him. I think you're right. I think the question is, did he run out of the baseline to go to second base? Talking about Mason McCrane. Auburn gets a run out of it regardless.
Yeah, it's 6-1 no matter what. The question is it a runner at third and 2 down, or runners at second and third with 1 out? Nope, they're not going to review nothing. They're just going to report back to the Texas head coach that Guevara is safe.
And McCrane with an RBI, his 20th of the year.
So it's a simple 4-3 ground out with an RBI for McCrane. And the first out. Bit of a break for Auburn there. We'll see if the Tigers can pay it off with Brandon McCrane. Brandon 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Second and third, 1 down. Still looking for their first hit with a man in scoring position, even though the run came across. McCrane takes a ball inside, 1-0.
Auburn has been especially patient to that part of the plate in this inning. Inside of the righties, outside of the lefties.
From the stretch, Harrison deals low. 2 balls, no strikes. 69th pitch of the outing for the lefty coming up. Terrell at third, Guevara at second. 6-1 Texas. A shrug and the pitch. A high strike call, it's 2-1. The last 5 outs recorded by Harrison have been ground outs. 2-1 pitch. Off speed and low, and it's 3-1 to Brandon McCrane, who leads the team with 16 walks. Another one would pack the bags for Clay. Harrison's 3-1 to McCrane. Here it is. It's a called strike at the knees, a fastball, and the count is full.
First base open. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see something off speed here to Brandon McCrane.
A lot of room in left and left center. Payoff pitch. Off speed, fouled back.
Straight change. He left it up, and he's fortunate.
Yes.
Talking about the pitcher.
Yeah. McCrane does not have a home run this year. He does have a couple of doubles and a triple. He's got power. We just haven't seen it as much. What a time for his first hit of the weekend here. It would score a couple in all likelihood. Here comes the payoff pitch again from Harrison. Bouncing ball right side to the second baseman. It'll get another run home. Lollipop throw over to first by Mendoza. A run is in. Terrell scores. It's an RBI ground out for McCrane, and it's now 6-2 Texas.
Well, the McCrane brothers with ground out RBIs in the inning. Both to the second baseman, Mendoza.
Auburn is getting to the top of the baseball over the last couple of innings. The last 6 outs recorded by Harrison now are ground outs. And here's Todd Clay with a runner at third and 2 down. Pitch. Ground ball hit hard, shortstop gloves. Nice play, Rodriguez, and he throws out Clay. Boy, Todd hit that ball on the button, but Rodriguez was able to glove it and then had plenty of time to make the throw. But Auburn fights back. They get a couple back, and they draw to within 4. A lot of game left. 2 runs, 1 hit, couple of walks, no errors, and 1 left on base in the 4th. We're through 4. It's 6-2 Texas. And Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
Yellowwood knows that a 5-star backyard is the place to make lasting memories. Like roasting marshmallows on a cool fall night. That's it. Turn it nice and slow. Get it toasted all... Oh, no, it's on fire. Oh, you want it on fire. Okay, that's a choice, I guess. Crunchy. For 5-star backyards and the most memorable experiences, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
Look, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but if you're an Auburn fan like me and you haven't switched your phone service to War Eagle Mobile, you're passing up a slam dunk. Here's the deal. You get exclusive game day perks, and War Eagle Mobile contributes to Auburn athletics with every payment you make. No contracts, no hidden fees, no reason to put it off another minute. Switch now to the only phone plan built for the Auburn family and on the T-Mobile 5G network. Visit wareaglemobile.com. That's wareaglemobile.com.
Couple runs for Auburn in the bottom of the fourth. It's a 6-2 Texas lead. As we look at the Yellowwood scoreboard, NCAA tournament action, Texas and Gonzaga tied at 49 with 11:27 to go in the second half at the West Regional. South Regional, Illinois on top of VCU 20-11, 10:27 in the first. Those are the only two games in progress. Finals today, Michigan over St. Louis 95-72. Duke beat TCU 81-58. And Houston over Texas A&M 88-57. Later on, Nebraska and Vanderbilt, first pitch is in there for a strike to Pack. And High Point and Arkansas on the Yellowwood scoreboard.
0-1. The count to the Texas left fielder. This is the first time, first the 0-1 pitch. Fouled straight back, 0-2. First time since the opener of the Nebraska series on February 27th. That Auburn has given up more than 4 runs in a game. It's 6-2 Texas. Auburn goes into the full shift. Pack has walked twice. Cormier's 0-2. Curveball must have been a little high or out, and it's 1-2.
SEC action on the Yellowwood scoreboard. Ole Miss takes 2 of 3 from Kentucky. Rebels won at 12-9 today in Oxford.
1-2 delivery. Just missed a little high.
Auburn thought it had a strikeout.
Yeah, that'll even the count.
Alabama has won its series against Florida. They'll go for the sweep tomorrow. Crimson Tide an 8-4 winner today over Florida.
2-2 pitch. High fly ball to right. McCrane is back. Carter is over. That's going to tail back to Bristol in right center field. Center fielder puts it away. That had that backspin, side spin. Carter has it for the first out.
Oklahoma wins the series in Baton Rouge. Sooners win today over the Fighting Tigers 4-3. Final score today in College Station, Georgia 8 and A&M 2. The Dogs have taken the first 2 games of that series. Arkansas in 10, a winner today over South Carolina, 3-2.
Casey Borba, the first baseman, takes ball 1 inside, 1-0. Borba has singled and walked. He scored in the 3rd inning after the walk. He was on board for Deplanier's home run. 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball, fouled back.
I think that got the mask or the helmet of Chase Freilich.
It did, and it evens the count at 1-1.
Top of the fourth, Brad, in Knoxville. Missouri going for the series win, and Tennessee tied at 2. And the top half of the fourth in Starkville.
A Missouri win in Knoxville would make last weekend's sweep in Columbia even more impressive. 1-1 pitch, fastball high, 2-1 to Borba.
Mississippi State on top of Vanderbilt, 4-2. Top half of the fourth in Starkville. State looking for a series win today.
2-1, 1 out, nobody on. Shift on against the right-handed hitting Borba. And there's a called strike. Outside corner fastball, 2-2. 6-2. Longhorns lead, top of the 5th. And the 2-2 delivery. Pulled foul into the Auburn dugout. Bounces around in there like a pinball.
Everybody's scattering. Not scattering, scattering.
Sure. So we'll do it again. Borba very early on that breaking ball. Fastball from Cormier, about 89. Holds the glove in front of his face, freshman right-hander. Waits for Borba to get ready. 10 on the pitch clock. Here's the offering. Fastball fouled straight back. And we'll do it again. Texas has done a good job with fastballs tonight. Most of the hits against Sanders were on his fastball. And another 2-2 to Borba is on the way. Breaking ball, called, strike 3. Straight curve from Cormier. And that is his first strikeout. Good pitch.
Good framing job by Frelick as well. Brought it up and in.
Duplantier hit his first home run of the season his last time up. A 3-run blast over the War Eagle wall. First pitch fastball, inside edge for a strike, 0-1. 5 in a row retired by Cormier since the leadoff single last inning. We're in the bottom of the top of the 5th pitch. Another fastball that's low, 1-1. Whether you're planting a tree or tackling a backyard project, don't risk a penalty. More after the 1-1 pitch. It's low, 2 balls and a strike. Contact Alabama 811 before you dig and get your underground utilities marked for free. They'll come paint up the ground, let you know where those utilities are. Visit al811.com or call 811. Free, simple, and it's the law. Bouncing ball off the end of the bat to second. Rembert charges, gloves, and throws for the out. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Cormier, much needed. Tigers coming to the plate in the bottom of the 5th, trailing Texas 6-2. Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
You've created a comfortable home office. Now let Carrier provide the cash bonus. For a limited time, you can claim up to $1,550 in cool cash rebates on a qualified Carrier home comfort system. There's never been a better time to upgrade to year-round premium comfort and energy savings. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Back to the ballpark for more Auburn baseball.
Top of the order up for Auburn in the bottom of the 5th, trailing Texas 6-2. The 5th inning is presented by Southern Union. Move seamlessly to Auburn to complete a bachelor's degree in selected programs by taking courses at Southern Union and Auburn concurrently at Southern Union's tuition rates. Let Southern Union put you on a path to the Plains. Tomorrow, Auburn baseball hosts Texas in the series finale. That game will be broadcast on the radio network. Men's basketball, starting at 1:45, by the way. Men's basketball hosts Seattle University in the NIT second round, 5:30. That game will be broadcast on the radio in Auburn on ESPN 106.7, starting at 5. Bristol Carter bunts it foul to the right, 1 ball, no strikes. Both baseball and basketball tomorrow will be available on the Auburn Athletics app.
Really looking forward to watching this Auburn offense against a very stingy defense. Yeah. Seattle U holding teams to 66.6% or 16. We try it again.
0-1 bunted right side. Good bunt. First baseman Fields. Nobody's covering the bag. Carter's safe. The second baseman Mendoza was late getting to the bag. He eventually got there, but not until Carter had already touched and crossed the base. It's a bunt single by Bristol. Hard to roll it up the line any better than that.
Seattle is holding opponents. Seattle U is holding opponents to 66.6 points per game. One of the best defensive teams that Auburn will have faced this season. Playing without, of course, Keyshawn Murphy. It's interesting to see how this Auburn team approaches the Red Hawks tomorrow at 5:35-ish over at Neville Arena.
Here is Chris Rembert with Carter at first and nobody out. They throw to first, close plays out. They got him out. Carter wants a review. He was too far off the bag and just a A quick throw to first. And Carter is picked off.
Challenging the out call at first base. This play is under review.
That's the first pickoff of the year for a Texas pitcher, if it stands. They've got a replay on the big board. We'll get another look at it here in the booth. SEC Collaborative Replay.
Well, you know, his foot is in the defender's foot is in front of the bag, Brad.
Yeah.
And Carter had to go to the outside of the bag to try and tag it.
Is his finger on the bag when the tag is made? No, I think this is going to stand. I think he's got him right there.
After review, the runner's out at first base.
Yep.
Auburn has one challenge remaining.
I might have argued that he was blocking the first base bag. I mean, his foot was out in front of half of the bag there.
Well, nobody on and one out now, and Chris Rembert at the plate. The pitch. Hit him.
Oh, boy.
Hit him on top of the right foot and kicked all the way to the dugout of Texas. Chris appears to be fine as he jogs down to first base, and that's good news. So instead of first and second, nobody out, it's a runner at first and one out. And Texas goes into the shift against Chase Freilich. Chase is not, well, all that room on the left side. The left fielder goes into left center. He's just got so much room on the left side of the diamond. First pitch nearly hit him.
It was over his head.
He ducked out of the way, and Tenney had to leap to the right to make the catch. 1-0.
Chase was able to scooch down enough that it didn't hit his helmet.
Harrison is struggling with command this last inning and change. Auburn trying to put him right back in hot water and showed that the last inning was a sign that they're figuring him out a little. Throw to first, and Rembert is back. Chris only a couple of stolen bases in 4 tries this year. Freilich was hit by a pitch in the first inning and then grounded out into the shift to the third baseman at second base. Second time up. 1-0, catches the inside corner. It evens the count at a ball and a strike. Harrison is at 79 pitches. He was over 100 a week ago, so he's still got some gas in the tank. One pitch to Freilich. That's hit in the air, right center field. Center fielder comes on, makes the catch. Handcuffed him there. Robbins came on to make the play, and Rembert has to retreat to first. 2 away. Boy, that pickoff just
changed the complexion of the inning.
It took the wind out of their sails a little bit, and they're trying to get it back here with 2 outs. Ethan Bingaman, who had a terrific at bat to lead off the 4th, struck out in the first, walked and scored last inning. First pitch to Bingaman. Bouncing ball to short. Rodriguez flips to second for the force out, and the inning is over. Promising start, but Texas was able to recover. No runs on a hit. No errors, 1 left for Auburn in the 5th. Still 6-2 Texas through 5, and this is the Auburn Sports Network.
Download the Auburn Athletics app, powered by War Eagle Mobile. Buy tickets, be a part of game day giveaways, shop the latest Auburn gear, and manage your War Eagle Plus subscription. And listen to every broadcast from the Auburn Sports Network, even when multiple games are happening simultaneously, on the official mobile app of Auburn Athletics. Download it now.
Are you ready for your winning moment? Find it at Win Creek Casino, where the action never stops. Hottest games, loosest spins, more ways to win. We've got the highest payouts and the most epic rewards. At Wind Creek, there's a win waiting for you around every corner. Wind Creek Casino. Find your winning moment. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Six to 2, Texas. Longhorns come to bat in the 6th inning. L.J. Cormier's done a nice job in his 2 1/3 innings. He's given up 1 hit. Gotten a lot of ground ball outs, 1 strikeout. He will deal with a 9-1 and 2 hitters. Mansour, Mendoza, and Tenney. And Mansour has been a menace tonight for Auburn. His first start of the year, and he's 2 for 2 with 2 singles and 2 runs driven in. 2 2-strike singles for the freshman from Carrollton, Georgia. Maddox Mansour. First pitch to him. Fastball, Steerike on the inside corner. 0-1. Listen to all things SEC, including live games and SEC This Morning, by tuning into Sirius XM SEC Radio. 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball lined into left field. He's 3 for 3. Goodness. Leadoff single for Mansour. Sirius XM SEC Radio 374, streaming on the Sirius XM app. That snapped a string of 6 in a row, retired by Cormier, who is at 40 pitches. Activity in the bullpen for the Tigers in a 4-run game in the 6th. This is Ethan Mendoza, the leadoff man. He is 0 for 2. He's been hit by a pitch. He's popped out, and he's grounded out. First pitch right down Broadway for a strike, 0-1. Another ground ball would be just fine here. Mendoza's the first man Cormier faced when he came in the 3rd inning. He got him to ground out on 2 pitches. The 0-1 delivery. Fly ball center field. Carter drifts back a few steps, now squares up and makes the grab for the first out. And that'll bring Carson Tenney to the plate.
A righty and a lefty in the Auburn pen. The right-hander, number 20, Marcel Kulik.
Carson Tenney makes his way to the plate, 1 for 3 in the game.
I believe Abe Chancellor. Nope,
Okay.
Abe Chancellor is the lefty
Right.
in the pen for the Tigers.
Tenney singled in the 4th off of Cormier. There's a throw to first, runners back. Mansour has 3 stolen bases on the year. He's not been caught. He has 3 of Texas's 8 hits from the 9-hole tonight. Pitch to Tenney. Pop foul back out of play on a fastball, 0-1. Tomorrow's game, a 2 o'clock start, 1:45 broadcast time. Another beautiful day on tap tomorrow. Here comes the 0-1 to Tenney. Texas catcher takes it low, and it gets between the legs of Freilich, and the runner advances. It's a wild pitch for Cormier. Mansour is in scoring position with 1 out, and it takes a double play off the table. Tenney climbs back into the right-handed batter's box. 6-2 Texas in the 6th. Cormier looks to second, looks home, and throws to second. Pitch clock was winding down. Auburn loaded the bases with nobody out in the bottom of the 1st inning and did not score. Texas loaded the bases in the top of the 2nd and got 2. 1-1 fastball line down the left field line. That's extra bases and an RBI for Tenney. It'll be 7-2. Throw comes into second. Good throw, but it's behind the runner. And Tenney has an RBI double, his 24th RBI of the year. So the leadoff base hit and the wild pitch.
Yep.
And Texas again takes advantage of a mistake. 7-2. Tenney at second for Aiden Robbins. And here comes Everett Tiefert. He's making the walk out of the Auburn dugout. And the walk usually means a change. And he has given the signal. 7-2 ball game in the top of the 6th inning, and Auburn makes the War Eagle Plus call to the bullpen.
Looking for legendary wings, mouth-watering burgers, and unbeatable pizza for your next big event? Baumhauer's Catering is here to satisfy your cravings. From tailgates, birthdays, to office lunches and weddings, boost your event with delicious flavors of Baumhauer's Catering. We offer pickup or delivery, or choose our full-service catering that includes setup and staff. Don't have space for your big event? We can even host you in our dedicated party space. Baumhauer's Victory Grill Catering. Legendary flavors, zero hassle. War Eagle.
Auburn goes to the bullpen for number 20, Marcel Kulik, sophomore right-hander, 6 foot 186. Transfer from Virginia Tech. He's from Eastchester, New York. Kulik is making his second appearance in the Auburn Orange and Blue. One appearance on the season. Did not record an out, gave up 2 runs on 2 hits. And that's the numbers on Marcel Kulik. The numbers tonight for L.J. Cormier. 2 2/3 innings, a run on 3 hits, a strikeout, 2 wild pitches, and that second wild pitch played a factor in this inning, but pitched well. 46 pitches, 32 for strikes, and he gives way to Kulik with Auburn trailing 7-2, a runner at second base, and 1 out for Texas in the top of the 6th.
There's an element of long game to this. Kulik's only other outing came against Cincinnati, and it was late in that ball game. And so I think Auburn is at a point where, you know, if you can get – if Kulik can hold them here and you can get the offense going over the next couple of minutes, you still might see Ryan Hetzler. Or if this was a one-run ball game, one way or the other, you might have seen a different strategy out of the bullpen. But in a 5-run ball game in the 6th, we'll see what Kulik can do against Aiden Robbins and then Adrian Rodriguez. Runner at second. A single and a wild pitch to start the inning. A fly out by Mendoza, and then an RBI double to the left field corner by Tenney. He's starting to heat up. Back-to-back hits for the Texas catcher after a slow start to the weekend. And now Aiden Robbins to the plate. Robbins with 3 home runs on the weekend. He's 1 for 3 tonight. He has struck out and popped out to second. And Kulik's first pitch to him. Popped up, right side, foul ground. Players give chase. It will fall against the net in foul territory off to the right for a strike. 0-1 the count as we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Seven runs on 9 hits for Texas. 2 runs on 3 hits for Auburn. And now Kulik.
Pitch clock was down to 8.
Okay. So they had to just reset it. All right. No balls and a strike to Robbins. Kulik delivers. Hit on the ground toward short. Backhand stop by McCrane. Then he lost it on the transfer.
He was looking to third.
Yeah. He was going to go to third and try to cut down the lead runner with 1 out. And ball slipped out of his hand on the transfer, so they're at the corners with only 1 out.
He was already looking to throw the ball to third, and the ball just came out of his glove.
Yep. Yeah, he never got it in the hand. All right, here's Adrian Rodriguez. Reached on an error, stole a base, and scored in the second. He's also struck out, flied to left. Auburn plays him to pull. A lot of room on the left side for the left-handed hitting shortstop. You could get out of the inning with a double play. Pitch. Strike 1. Fastball 93. They like his stuff. He threw too many strikes against Cincinnati, just too many hittable pitches. in his only other appearance this year. The 0-1 to Rodriguez. Swing and a miss. Went after a off-speed pitch that was up. 0-2. Frelick came out of there.
Well, Robbins bluffed at first.
And now Kulik ahead 0-2. Jim Schlossnagle comes out of the dugout. And Rodriguez may have irritated something because the athletic trainer for Texas is out of the dugout. Or was he just asking for some spray?
No, they're going to.
Yeah.
He took his glove off, and then the athletic trainer, sprayed something on his hand.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think that's for grip. I think that's for some kind of therapeutic help.
Some discomfort.
Yes.
On a swing and a miss on his strikeout earlier, he showed a lot of discomfort on his way to the dugout. All right, no balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runners at the corners, 1 already in here in the inning. 7-2 Texas in the 6th. Kulik comes set, and he fired. And it's low, blocked well by Frelick. He saved a run. Count goes to a ball and 2 strikes on Rodriguez.
Saved a run and then another runner in scoring position.
That's right. Tigers trail by 5 in the 6th. The stretch. Kulik's pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3 at a high fastball. He's hurt.
Yeah, he dropped the bat.
He dropped the bat and held his arm again. It's a strikeout for Kulik. A much-needed strikeout for the 2nd out. My goodness. You got to be a little surprised if they run Rodriguez back out there. Here is Timo Becerra. Red shirt senior. Throw to first. Runner is back. Couple of times Robbins bluffed during the last sequence. A double and an error in the inning. Auburn's 3rd error of the night. Here's the pitch to Becerra. Swing and a miss. Fastball up and in. Gracious.
94 in a good place.
Not kidding. That's a nasty pitch. 0-1 to Kulik. How great would this be for his development? Again, without Drew Whalen, you need another piece somewhere to step up. Throw over to first. And if it's Cormier that kind of steps into the Whalen role, or it's Jet Johnston, and you still got a spot left behind somewhere. Kulik with a good live arm as a right-hander could be one of those pieces. 0-1 the count. 2 outs, 2 on. Pitch clock down to 5. Kulik delivers. High with the fastball. And it's 1-1. Tomorrow it's Alex Petrovic against Dylan Volantis, last year's SEC Freshman of the Year.
He was a reliever then.
Yeah, he was a closer. 1-1. Breaking ball, hit foul to the left. Nice curveball, 1-2. And reading a lot of stuff coming out of Austin this week, you can make the argument that they don't lose the 2 series openers in conference play if Volantis is still the closer. But it's always been his path to be a starter. And we'll see him in that role tomorrow. Here comes the crowd trying to get behind Kulik. 1-2 pitch on the way to Becerra. It's high, 2-2 the count. Went back to the fastball. Runner at third is Tenney. Robbins is at first. 7-2 Texas. We're in the top of the 6th. Kulik trying to get out of the inning. He comes set, and he fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Kulik strikes out Rodriguez and Becerra to end the inning. Nice job of pitching by Kulik. A run, 2 hits, 1 Auburn error, and runners stranded at the corners in the top of the 6th inning for Texas. Longhorns lead 7-2 as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. That's when Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
Alabama Power is here for you when big storms hit, but we're also here for the little things. We're there to get the coffee started, to make sure everyone's ready for school, for midday dance breaks, and evening entertainment. We're also there to help you save on all that energy with easy-to-use tips, tools, and efficiency programs. So enjoy these moments.
Kids, movie night.
And we'll do the rest. Visit alabamapower.com and follow us on social to learn more.
Strike out ants, termites, and other pests with a call to Cook's Pest Control. Cook's proven pest control methods and superior termite control system keep your home safe and are backed by a 110% satisfaction guarantee. As the weather gets warmer, your spring cleaning isn't done until you call the official pest control partner of the Auburn Tigers, Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
This broadcast of Auburn baseball is brought to you in part by Cook's Pest Control. The best defense for your home is Cook's Pest Control, the South's most trusted name in pest control since 1928, and the official pest control partner of the Auburn Tigers.
Still got 12 outs to work with here, trailing Texas 7-2 as Auburn bats in the 6th. Terrell, Guevara, and McCrane due up against Luke Harrison. He's at 80 pitches through 5 innings. Tigers have had some better approaches the last 2. First pitch to Terrell. Popped up left side out of play. Terrell singled and scored in the 4th. 0-1 the count. He's also struck out tonight. Auburn baseball is brought to you in part by East Alabama Health. Harrison looks home, rocks and deals. Swing and a miss, 0-2. With their spacious cancer center, patients can make cancer a distant memory instead of a distant drive. That's why East Alabama Health is Auburn's home field advantage. Record crowd tonight at Plainsman Park, hoping to see a comeback. It's 7-2, the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Not a good start to the 6th.
Well, just kept going further and further away.
As he did in Bub's first at bat. Here's Eric Guevara. He walked in the 4th. Auburn loaded the bases with nobody out in the 1st, got nothing. Loaded the bases with nobody out in the 4th and got 2. And the first pitch to Guevara is fouled back, 0-1. Big cut by the Auburn third baseman. Just got to build base runners, build at bats. They play the right-handed batters to go the other way significantly in the outfield. The 0-1 miss the outside corner. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. If you hit one down the left field line, you could just about walk for a double. 1-1. That's low, 2-1. Robbins, the center fielder, is 15, 20 feet toward right. 2-1 pitch. High, 3-1 to Guevara. 3 walks, 5 strikeouts for Harrison. His 89th pitch. He is hit on the ground to third, diving, knocked down by the third baseman. He'll pick it up and throw, and it is late. Becerra dove to his left and knocked the ball down, but he didn't glove it cleanly. By the time he got to his feet, Guevara beat it out at first.
Should be an infield single. It's a great job to get a glove on that one.
And that's Auburn's 4th hit of the game. Now here's Mason McCrane. An RBI ground out in the 4th for Mason. He's also struck out. 20 ribbies on the year now. Lefty here in the 6th. The pitch missed inside and a little up, 1-0. There is activity in the bullpen continuing, and time called. Tenney, the catcher, goes out to talk to Harrison.
Max Scrubbs was warming up earlier when Auburn was rallying in the 4th.
See if
we can get a number for you in the bullpen right now.
Quick visit to the mound. Grubbs is a righty. Auburn's got Brandon McCrane and Todd Clay next, a pair of right-handed hitters. 1-0 pitch to Mason. Swing and a miss. 1-1. First baseman, Borba, in on the edge of the grass. Guevara gets a short lead. Borba backs up. 1-1. Strike 2. Two in the second, 4 in the third, and 1 in the sixth for second-ranked Texas. Here's the 1-2. Way outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. For Auburn, 2 in the fourth. Got a leadoff single in the fifth, picked off, and kind of lost some momentum from there, trying to get some of it back. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, changeup. 2 away in the home half of the sixth. And Brandon McCrane, the last chance for Auburn in the sixth inning. Brandon McCrane, an RBI ground out to second in the fourth inning. He's 0 for 2. Ground out and a strikeout. Harrison averaged about a strikeout per inning, and that's where he is tonight. And here's Jim Schlossnagle, and that'll be it. My guess is it's Grubbs that will come in to face the right-hander McCrane. He wanted to get one more at-bat for Harrison against a lefty, and that's what he got. And so now it is a Texas pepper tree pitching change for a new level of taste. Tiger fans know it's got to be Pepper Tree for the best wine selection, the finest cuts of meat. Visit Pepper Tree in Auburn or Montgomery and online, steaksandwine.com. Steaks, the letter N, wine.com. It is a Pepper Tree pitching change for Texas in the sixth.
Looking for legendary wings, mouth-watering burgers, and unbeatable pizza for your next big event? Baumhauer's Catering is here to satisfy your cravings. From tailgates, birthdays, to office lunches and weddings, boost your event with delicious flavors of Baumhauer's Catering. We offer pickup or delivery, or choose our full-service catering that includes setup and staff. Don't have space for your big event? We can even host you in our dedicated party space. Baumhauer's Victory Grill Catering. Legendary flavors, zero hassle. War Eagle.
Pepper Tree pitching change for Texas, number 38, Max Grubbs. Right-hander, 6'1", 220 pounds, a senior from Arlington, Texas, and Martin High School. 2-0 this season. A 2.93 earned run average. This will be his 9th appearance, and that will be tied for team high honors. 15 and a third innings, 5 runs on her, all earned on 12 hits. 15 strikeouts, 8 walks, no homers, and opponents hitting .226 against Max Grubbs. Last week against Ole Miss, made 1 appearance, gave up no runs on a hit. In 1 inning of work, he had a walk. That was all that he needed. That was all that was needed out of Grubbs against Ole Miss. He comes in with a runner at first and 2 outs in the inning, and Brandon McCrane coming to the plate. Numbers on Harrison. 5 2/3 innings, 2 runs on 4 hits, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts, a hit batter. His night started with the bases loaded and nobody out for Auburn. And then he went on to record 9 consecutive outs. Gave up 2 runs in the fourth, but that is all.
Yep.
He pitched like a veteran and worked out of trouble. And he gives way with a 7-2 lead here in the bottom half of the sixth.
Graduate player. There's several redshirt seniors. There's a lot of age and experience on this Texas team. And both starting pitchers after shaky starts, both of Texas starting pitchers after shaky starts, were able to settle in and recover. It was Auburn late in the game when they got into the bullpen, really just in the 9th inning last night, that made the magic happen. Well, they're into the bullpen here in the 6th. And we'll see if they can scratch closer. Auburn will send a pinch hitter Logan Gregorio, a lefty, to face the left-handed pitcher Grubbs. Gregorio batting .227. He's 5 for 22 on the year, a home run and 5 driven in. The homer came against Georgia Tech Tuesday night. First pitch to him, bouncer to short. And on one pitch, the throw across to first, low, and dug out over there by Borba. One pitch, and Grubbs gets out of the inning. No runs on a hit, no errors, one left for Auburn. Through 6, Tigers trail Texas 7-2. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Giddy up, Auburn family. It's time for your #1 Auburn Tigers to host the 2026 SEC Equestrian Championship on the Plains. Admission is free for you to cheer on your Tigers as they host South Carolina, Georgia, and Texas A&M Friday, March 27th and Saturday, March 28th. The 2-day 3-meet tournament will be held at the Auburn University Equestrian Center. For more information, head to auburntigers.com. We'll see you at the 2026 SEC Equestrian Championship for free admission at the Auburn University Equestrian Center. War Eagle.
Yellowwood knows that a 5-star backyard is the place to make lasting memories. Like cookouts. Cornhole with friends. Ooh, a neighborhood potluck with your wife's pasta salad. The one with the feta. Oh, sorry. Or taking a nap on your deck in a hammock. Naps are memories. I love naps. For 5-star backyards and the most memorable experiences, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
Seven to 2 Texas. We go to the 7th inning. Defensive change for Auburn. Tigers hit for Brandon McCrane. Eric Guevara moves from third to short, and Tanner Waldrop enters the game to play third base. So Waldrop at third, Guevara at short. That's the new left side of the infield. Everything else is the same, and Marcel Kulik goes back to work. He got a couple of strikeouts to end the 6th. He'll face Pack, Borba, and Duplantier, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters for Texas in the 7th inning. And we turn it back over to the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham.
7-2. Texas leads it. 7 runs, 9 hits, no errors tonight for Texas. 2 runs, 4 hits, 3 errors tonight for the Tigers. And it will be Pack, Borba, and Duplantier to face Marcel Kulik, who came in and worked around in there, get a couple strikeouts, get out of the 6th inning. First pitch on the way. Fastball inside corner and a strike to Pack. Walked and scored in the 2nd. Walked and scored in the 3rd. Flied out to center in the 5th. Kulik, the right-hander. Stretches and pitches and misses outside. It's a ball and a strike. Bottom 4 in the order for Texas have scored 5 of the 7 runs tonight for the Longhorns. 1-1 to Pack. In there for a strike. Pack with a couple of walks has 2 runs scored. Borba has scored. Duplantier has scored. And the number 9 hitter, Mansour, who's been on base all 3 times in singles, has also scored tonight. 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called on the inside corner. Pack didn't think so.
Good fastball. Came in under the hands. He was looking middle away. That's only the 5th time in 13 trips to the plate that bottom 4 has been, that somebody in the bottom 4 has been retired.
Second strikeout for Kulik. K-Counter presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number 1. And here's Casey Borba. 1 for 2 on the night. He has singled. He has walked and scored and struck out looking. Kulik, the stretch and the pitch. Fastball in there, 93 for a strike. Seven to 2, Texas leads it. Longhorns have out-hit Auburn 6-4. They've taken advantage of some miscues defensively tonight by the Tigers. 0-1. Missed upstairs with a fastball, a ball and a strike. Fastball's consistently bit at 93 for Kulik. Just his 2nd action of the season. The only time he's pitched for Auburn was that Cincinnati game early this season on a Wednesday night or a Tuesday night. 1-1. Upstairs, 2 balls and a strike. Shift on the left side of the infield for the right-handed hitting Casey Borba. Hitting .393. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to the shortstop. Guevara to first in time for the out.
I know it's only 5 batters, but really impressed by Kulik so far. Just enough of the breaking ball so that they can't completely zero in on the fastball, and good life and location on the fastball.
Waldrop now at third. That was why the shortstop that time was Guevara to make that throw to first. 2 outs, and here's Jaden Duplantier. Kulik pitches. Fastball for strike 1. Duplantier's home run back in the third. That's the big blow tonight. A 4-run third is not the difference, but boy, it was a statement for Texas back in the third inning. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss by Duplantier. Robbins had led off the inning with a homer, and Duplantier came up with 2 outs and hit a 3-run shot over the War Eagle wall and left.
It changed the strategy of the game.
No question. 0-2 to Duplantier as Kulik comes set. Here comes the pitch. Ground ball on a curveball, foul up the left side and deflects into left field.
And again, that's the example, just enough of it, because you saw how early Duplantier was. He was thinking fastball and nothing else. And so very early on the curve.
We're in the top of the 7th. Texas on top of Auburn 7-2. Longhorns looking to even the series before their best pitcher, Volantis, throws tomorrow. Auburn trying to come from behind and take the series. The 0-2 pitch. Duplantier takes it high. The ball and 2 strikes to the right fielder for the Longhorns. Average up to .313 on the season. A homer and 8 runs batted in. Senior from Humble, Texas, the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him with a fastball at 94. 1-2-3 inning by Kulik. He set down 6 in a row. 7th inning stretch time at the ballpark. Is there a comeback for this Auburn ball club? Will it start here? 7th inning stretch time at Plainsman Park with Texas on top 7-2. And Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
There's team pride, and then there's extra Tiger pride. When I'm carrying the Auburn University Regents Visa debit card or prepaid Regents Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra Auburn gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra War Eagle from the cashier too. Visit Regions.com/Go Tigers to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
You've created a comfortable home office. Now let Carrier provide the cash bonus. For a limited time, you can claim up to $1,550 in cool cash rebates on a qualified Carrier home comfort system. There's never been a better time to upgrade to year-round premium comfort and energy savings. Carrier, turn to the experts.
This game recap is presented by Regions Bank. Regions is a proud partner of Auburn University and the official bank of the SEC.
2 runs in the second for Texas, a big 4 spot in the third, and a single run in the 6th. Auburn's 2 runs came in the 4th on a pair of groundouts. Luke Harrison was terrific for 5 2/3 innings, gave up 2 runs on 4 hits on the night. Texas was able to get to Auburn starter Jackson Sanders, 6 runs, 4 earned in 2 2/3 innings tonight. And we go to the bottom half of the 7th with Auburn trailing 7-2. Todd Clay will lead it off in the 7th. Then the top of the order, Carter and Rembert against the reliever. Max Grubbs, who winds and fires, and Clay takes an off-speed pitch in there for a strike. Todd is 0 for 2. He's grounded out twice tonight. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss at a pitch that was outside. 0-2 the count. Wind and the 0-2. Todd swings and drives it to center. Back now in. Robbins still coming on, and he dives and makes the catch.
He slipped and fell. He broke back and then slipped, but had enough time to recover and come back and get it.
One down to the top of the order for Auburn and Bristol Carter. His single led to the heroics last night for Auburn in the bottom of the ninth. Robbins, who made that fine catch there, whiffed on a ball up the middle and 3 runs scored, and Auburn won the game 4-3. First pitch to Carter is in for a strike. Bristol is 2 for 3 on the night, doubled in the first but was stranded at third. Tap back to the pitcher in the third inning. A bunt single in the fifth, but he was picked off. And Grubbs throws it low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Carter, whose average is up to .429 for the Tigers. Rembert on deck. Tigers trail 7-2. Now the wind and the 1-1. Up, maybe a little in. 90 on the fastball. 2 balls and a strike now to Carter. A 2-1 pitch. Carter swings and misses.
And you'd love with 8 outs to work with to come back. The goal is to come back and win the ball game. At the very least, you'd like to put enough pressure that they have to use one of their other primary bullpen pieces.
2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called on the outside corner to Bristol Carter. 2 down.
Just too close to take.
First strikeout for Grubbs. He set down all 3 men he's faced, and here's Chris Rembert. Rembert a walk in the first. He's grounded out in the third, hit by a pitch in the fifth. Fly ball or line drive up the right side above the Texas dugout and off the screen and back onto the infield. Rembert 2 for 5 this weekend. Now the 0-1. High fly ball to deep left field. Back, gone. Second home run for Chris Rembert. A moonshot over the War Eagle wall.
He got a good look at it, too. Man, did he tee off. I would say his power is all the way back.
He didn't lose any there.
Two home runs in the last 3 ball games for Chris Rembert.
And that cuts the lead. 7-3. They're having to do some litter patrol out there in front of the back 40.
Man.
A 2-out homer to left by Rembert.
That was way over the War Eagle wall.
And Freilich bats with 2 outs and a run home for Auburn. 7-3 now the score. Grubbs, the wind and the pitch. Missed downstairs.
First home run allowed by Grubbs this year.
Beat me to it. And Freilich takes the second pitch down. 2 balls and no strikes to Chase. Two outs and nobody on, a run home for Auburn. Shift is on for Freilich on the right side of the infield. Here's the 2-0. Ground ball foul, first base side. Auburn baseball brought to you in part by Wind Creek Casino, where the action never stops. Hottest games, loosest spins, more ways to win. Wind Creek Casino. Find your winning moment. 2 balls and a strike to Freilich. Grubbs, the wind and the pitch. Chase with a check swing foul into the Auburn dugout. 2-2.
Oh, he's frustrated too. He would have liked to have had that back. That was a hanging backdoor breaking ball.
Left side of the infield is wide open for Freilich. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Shift on for the Auburn catcher. 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. Pitch on the way. Chopper, foul up the right side.
Steady diet of breaking balls. You know, if you can keep chipping away here, it's a 4-run game. Both of their losses, they had leads late, including last night. It's got to start creeping into their minds.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Fralick. Wind in the pitch. Chopper again foul up the right side. Foul ball.
Just that forehand smash with 2 strikes. He's looking breaking ball here. Does Grubbs have what it takes to sneak the fastball by, or throw the fastball by him? And would he try?
Count remains 2-2 to Fralick. The right-hander Grubbs gets his sign. He rocks and fires. Ball low, count goes full. Seven to 3 after the 2-run homer to left by Chris Rembert. And now a 3-2 count to Fralick. Here's the wind in the pitch. Chopper foul. Couldn't quite stay back enough on that breaking ball at 82.
No, but that's about 4 of those that Chase has fouled off. So, again, working the pitch count, seeing more, giving more for his teammates to see, too.
He leads Auburn with 5 home runs this season. Another 2-strike pitch coming up to Fralick from Grubbs on the way. Bounced up there. He walked it. Good at bat by Fralick.
Yes, it was. He never could throw the breaking ball for strike 3. Fralick fouled off 4 of them during the course of the sequence once he got to 2 strikes. And so Grubbs had to go with something else, and he spiked one.
And that'll bring Ethan Bingaman to the plate. Freshman first baseman, a strikeout looking in the first. Walked and scored in the 4th, and a fielder's choice to end the 5th. Fralick at first with 2 outs. Shift on the left side of the infield with Bingaman at the plate. Tigers trail 7-3. We're in the bottom of the 7th. And a throw to first, and the runner is back. Bingaman with 4 homers, including a blast that kind of busted open Game 3 last weekend in Columbia.
And he could go the other way here with a check swing and get another base runner. Wide open right side.
Was a little bit low. First time tonight we've seen that one called strike. Good job by the catcher, Tinney.
Yep.
A ball and a strike to count. 2 down, a runner at first. Stretch in the pitch. Inside, almost hit it. 2-1. Bub Terrell lurks on deck.
Adrenaline has to be strong right now.
And 2 strikeouts on the night, and Jim Schlossnagel is out for Texas.
And that's what you wanted to do. If nothing else, get another guy into the bullpen that's not somebody they would use in a game that's already decided. You want them to use a guy with the game in the balance because that's exactly what this game is.
Texas will go to Brett Crossland in this Pepper Tree pitching change for a new level of taste. Tiger fans know it's got to be Pepper Tree. For the best wine selection, the finest cuts of meat, visit Pepper Tree in Auburn or Montgomery and online at steaksandwine.com. So Crossland is on in this Pepper Tree pitching change for Texas.
Looking for legendary wings, mouth-watering burgers, and unbeatable pizza for your next big event? Baumhauer's Catering is here to satisfy your cravings. From tailgates, birthdays, to office lunches and weddings, boost your event with delicious flavors of Baumhauer's Catering. We offer pickup or delivery, or choose our full-service catering that includes setup and staff. Don't have space for your big event? We can even host you in our dedicated party space. Baumhauer's Victory Grill Catering. Legendary flavors, zero hassle. War Eagle.
The new pitcher is a big boy. Freshman. He is a large young human. 6'5", 255, a true freshman from Phoenix, Corona del Sol High School. Brett Crossland. He is a right-hander coming on to face the lefty Terrell. Crossland has been amazing. 7 appearances, 6 2/3 innings. He's given up 1 hit in 6 2/3. 2 runs, both earned, 1 walk, 9 strikeouts. He has given up 1 home run. That's the hit that he allowed, was a home run, a 2-run homer. So walk, homer. Team's hitting .045 against Brett Crossland. He's 1-1 with a 2.70 earned run average. He has thrown 2 wild pitches and hit 2 batters. So they go to Crossland, who is 3rd on the team in appearances with 7. He inherits runners at first and second with 2 outs. Grubbs, 1 inning, 1 hit, 2 runs, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, 24 pitches, 16 strikes. The runners at first and second are his responsibility. He retired the first 3 that he faced relatively easily. Ground out, fly out, strikeout, and then Rembert homered. He walked Freilich, Bingaman singled, and that brought in Brett Crossland. And we'll see if Terrell can get to this very large true freshman in burnt orange.
Bub's a big guy as well.
Yeah, he is.
He's a sophomore in the sky blue jersey tonight. 1-4-3. Freilich at second and Bingaman at first. And the big right-hander, Crossland, about to come home to Terrell. The pitch.
Low.
Called strike 1.
That pitch is low. It's been low all night. Gracious.
Oh, and 1 to Bub. Freilich at second and Bingaman at first. Here's a stretch in the pitch. Bub swings at a pitch that was even lower in his count quickly 0-2. But that first pitch really just changes the complexion of the at-bat.
Yep, gotta cinch it up here with 2 strikes and 2 outs.
Infield back with 2 outs in the inning. Runners at first and second and 2 down. 0-2 to Terrell. Stretch in the pitch. Just missed inside. Texas was on its way to the dugout.
Yeah,
and I can't say as I blame them on that pitch.
Well, especially if strike 1 was a strike. No, Tenney came out of the crouch. He was headed to the dugout. Crossland came off the mound. 2 of their players were going to the dugout. And now time is called.
There's a little bit of talking going back and forth, I think, between these 2 ball clubs right now.
And Butch Thompson is bypassing Bub Terrell. He's going straight to Derek Malika.
There's been some yapping back and forth, both clubs.
Yeah.
And Butch Thompson talking with the home plate umpire right now. And he says something to Bub Terrell, and now he's going to get a timeout with Bub. And I don't know if specifically on that play it was the pitcher or perhaps the catcher.
Yeah.
That was talking to either Bub or the Auburn dugout.
Head coach is coming back for a little more right now.
Oh.
You better not put the finger in Butch Thompson's face.
Malika just put a finger in Butch's face. And as Butch walks off, Malika keeps talking. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? It does break up the rhythm right here, doesn't it?
It does.
Now,
hopefully.
1 ball and 2 strikes to count to Bub. Freshman Crossland with runners at first and second and 2 outs. Comes set just above the belt. And the pitch. Foul tip in the dirt. And Bub stays alive.
Yeah, I don't know if Tenney said something after starting to the dugout and being called back. I have no idea.
Another 1-2 pitch coming up to Bub Terrell from Crossland with 2 down. Here it is. Ground ball, base hit into right field. Freilich around third base. He's going to try to score. They're going to throw to third. Everybody's safe. Seven to 4.
2 strike hitting. Terrell, you get the bad break on strike 1, the swing at 1 even lower on strike 2. They break up the rhythm of Crossland, and Bub comes through.
Bingaman goes from first to third on the play. Nice job by Ethan. Runners at the corners and 2 outs. And the potential, should I say it?
Yes.
Tying run comes to the plate in Guevara. 1-4-2 on the night. Crossland comes set. Here's the pitch. Swing on a high fastball at 93 for strike 1. Bingaman at third and Terrell at first. Couple runs home for Auburn in the inning with 2 outs. Cut the lead to 3. We're in the 7th. Crossland comes set. And the 0-1. Low. 1-1 to Guevara. Couple runs home with 2 outs here in the 7th to cut the lead to 3. Tigers have runners at the corners with 2 outs. 7-4. Texas leads it. Crossland stretches. And the pitch. Fastball on the inside corner. Really good pitch, and Guevara couldn't catch up to it. It's 1-2.
Straight overhand delivery, rears way back. It stays high. Just tough to climb that ladder. Good pitch. He's got to look for spin here.
He hasn't seen one yet from Crossland. Here's the 1-2. Line drive, base hit to right. Bingaman scores. Terrell on his way to third. 7-5 ball game.
Fastball, 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 single on a fastball. He brought it down just a little bit, and Guevara met it and didn't try to pull it.
Right. Didn't try to do too much with it. And these last 2 base hits for Auburn, for Terrell and Guevara, came on 1-2 pitches.
Crossland had given up 1 hit this year in 6+ innings. And Terrell and Guevara have back-to-back singles.
And now Mason McCrane to the plate. He is 0 for 3 tonight. A couple strikeouts and a ground out.
And now Hetzler and some others start to throw in the bullpen.
Terrell at third, Guevara at first. It's a 7-5 ball game here in the 7th. The stretch and the pitch. Upstairs. Good job by Tenney. Boy, we've seen him a couple times make run-saving plays. He had to come out of his crouch to keep that in front of him. 1-0. And here comes the pitching coach.
Max Weiner.
Yeah. And here comes the crowd. Here comes the Auburn family. 3 2-out runs for Auburn in this inning, and it started with 2 outs and nobody on.
Every bit of this started with 2 outs. The Rembert home run began to shake the foundations. And now McCrane's the 8th man to bat in the inning.
You talked about getting further into that bullpen. It now goes beyond that, Brad.
That's right, yeah.
Yes, they've done that, and that's terrific. And that could pay off big time tomorrow.
Yep.
But right now, you're back in this ballgame.
How many times, latter third of a ball game, has Auburn been able to put together big innings offensively?
7-5, Texas. Runners at the corners and 2 outs.
They've done it by being patient and taking where the ball has been pitched to them.
Terrell at third, Guevara at first. 1-0 to Mason McCrane. The pitch. Inside corner, good. Fastball at the knees for strike 1, 95. From the big freshman right-hander out of Phoenix and Corona del Sol. He works off the stretch. Terrell breaks down the line and stops. The 1-1. High and away, 2-1.
Whoa, buddy, when he's missed, he has missed wild.
Seven 7-5 ball game. 3 runs home for Auburn in the 7th. Stretching the 2-1. Right down the middle, it's 2-2.
Took something off that at 87. May have been the change. I think it's the first changeup he's thrown.
Does give you something to think about here on a 2-2 pitch. Freshman to freshman. Crossland to McCrane. 2-2 pitch. Outside, Auburn runs, trying to get in a rundown. They didn't even look at Guevara, and now a base hit ties the game.
Absolutely. That's a big play, potentially.
And the count goes full.
Look at 7,400 or so come to their feet.
First stolen base of the year for Guevara.
Schlossnagle just came out of the dugout, was pulled back.
Well, he starts out, I think he wants his catcher to go to the mound, and that's exactly what Tenney does.
Yeah, he got 3 steps out of the dugout before Max Weiner pulled him back.
Well, and the reason is, if he goes, he's got to pull Crossland here.
Right.
A base hit could tie it here in the 7th.
With 2 outs, absolutely.
Terrell at third and Guevara at second. And now Schlossnagle out of the dugout. They wave him back in.
Is that it? Well, is this not a delay of game, a pitch clock violation? Would that not be ball 4? That's what Gabe Gross is arguing now.
The clock had started when he walked out. He was 10 feet out of the dugout. Gabe Gross is irate at third. 3 balls and 2 strikes, the count. Crossland comes set. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 called on the inside corner. Little gamesmanship right there. Umpires got played by Jim Schlossnagle. But Auburn scores 3 times in the inning. We go to the 8th. Texas 7, Auburn 5. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Looking for a street legal golf car? Diamond Golf Cars has the largest selection in the state, and the Auburn store is right off Opelika Road, closer than you think. With locations in Auburn, Birmingham, and Huntsville, they've been raising the bar since 2012 in golf car sales and service. Need a tune-up? Diamond Golf Cars is full service for all your golf car needs, and they offer pickup and delivery. Carrying brands such as EasyGo, Club Car, Yamaha, and much more. Visit DiamondGolfCars.com today and drive different. Drive Diamond.
The Goose Performing Arts Center at Auburn University is Alabama's premier destination for the arts, bringing you the very best of Broadway, dance, music, and more. Learn more about upcoming performances and see the calendar of events online at gougecenter.auburn.edu. That's GOGUE center.auburn.edu. Or call the box office 334-844-TIXS.
Ryan Hetzler is on for Auburn as we go to the 8th inning, and all of a sudden, what is a 2-run game? It's 7-5 Texas after Auburn scored 3 times in the bottom of the 7th inning. Hetzler out of Corona, California, in his second year with Auburn after starting at Cal Baptist. 5'11", 176. He is 3-0 this year. 3.86 the earned run average. 6 outings, 7 innings. 8 hits, 3 runs, all earned. 1 walk, 12 strikeouts. Team's hitting .296 against Ryan Hetzler. He has 3 wins and a save. Hetzler is on. Marcel Kulik, big tip of the cap to Kulik. He goes an inning and 2/3, zeros across the board, 4 strikeouts, 24 pitches, 17 strikes.
Well, that certainly earns him another look.
No doubt.
After what he just did.
And Hetzler will get Mansour, who's 3 for 3 tonight with a run scored and 2 RBIs. Mansour, Mendoza, and Tenney.
Mansour is 3 for 3 with 3 singles and 2 runs scored. He drove home the first 2 runs of the ball game in the second. And Hetzler's on trying to keep it a 2-run game going to the bottom half of the 8th. Hetzler, the wind and the pitch. Fastball for strike 1 at 95.
We've seen him go multiple innings many times in his time at Auburn.
He's ready to go again. Pitch. Strike, outside corner.
Hetzler's last appearance against Missouri, he went the final 2 1/3, picked up the win. Gave up 4 hits, no runs.
0-2 the count to Mansour. Here comes the pitch. Ooh!
It's been a strike.
It sure has been.
It was a strike in the bottom of the 7th.
My goodness. 1-2.
Still got to bear down and get him.
Emotions run a little high right now,
yes,
friends.
They are.
1-2 pitch. Here it is. There.
Oh!
Come on. Again low. 2-2. Hetzler. 2-2 pitch. Got it. Curveball. Strikeout.
Well, he said, if you're not going to give me a called strike on the fastball, I'll make him swing.
First time tonight that Auburn has retired Mansour. And here is Ethan Mendoza. 0-4-3 with a hit batter. He's popped up to first, grounded to third, and flied to center. Wind in the pitch. Boy, he was looking for his 6th home run of the year, but he fouled it back. Conecuh Smoked Sausage is a fan favorite for tailgating, and you can enjoy a grilled Conecuh sausage dog or premium hot dog at Plainsman Park. Conecuh, family-owned, made in Evergreen, Alabama since 1947. Make Conecuh sausage part of your game day. Did the backswing that time catch Freilich? Not certain. He walked around for a second. 0-1. Off speed, missed a little bit up, a ball and a strike. And the home plate umpire, Derek Malika, is hearing it on every pitch now. Partly in because what we saw Schlossnagel do in the last inning.
Yeah.
1-1. Bounced past Freilich, 2-1. With runners at second and third and 2 outs, twice Schlossnagel came out of the dugout. The second time 10 feet out of the dugout, trying to stop play. They motioned him back in while the pitch count was running. 2-1, here it is. Strike, changeup, 2-2.
High strike has been there a little more than the low strike, at least in the top half of the inning.
One out, nobody on. The 2-2 pitch. Miss low. Hetzler is working in a hurry, friends. Three-two pitch on the way. Fly ball up and out of play off the right side. Had a good look at that one, did Mendoza, who has 5 homers and 21 runs batted in.
Yeah, he was sitting on the fastball. Hetzler had to come there. He hadn't been able to get the swing and miss on the slider from Mendoza.
Middle infielder's back. Here's the 3-2. Ground ball on a hop to the third baseman, Waldrop. Throws to first for the out. 2 outs.
Nice play. Second inning, Waldrop has been in at third, and he gets a chance, and he executes perfectly.
He is the leadoff man for Auburn in the bottom half of this inning. Tigers trying to keep it a 2-run game, but I've got to get past Carson Tenney, who was 0 for 6 going into his third at bat tonight. Since then, he has singled and doubled home a run. 2 outs and nobody on the pitch. Drops low. Curveball that missed low. 1-0. Understand that Sam Cozart, a right-hander from High Point, North Carolina, is warming up in the pen for Texas. Popped up back here.
Cozart is another one of those primary guys, a guy that they would go to in a closer game, which is, again, if you look, you're trying to win the battle short term, the game tonight, long term, thinking tomorrow as well.
Do not make a mistake, though, to Carson Tenney. 1-1. Missed the corner.
You get nothing close right now.
2 balls and a strike. Hetzler set to go. Man, he is locked and loaded, the 2-1. That missed low. 3-1.
Texas just I mean, they're not swinging after the strikeout by Mansour. They're not swinging at spin.
3-1 the count. Hetzler, the wind and the pitch. Got spin on that corner. Yeah. Outside corner, the count is full. And this crowd needs to be going nuts right now. Get into it. 3-2, 2 outs. And here they come. Winding the 3-2 on the way. Ground ball to the shortstop. Guevara backs up, fields and throws. Low, out, inning over. Hetzler retires. Texas in order. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Texas 7, Auburn 5. And Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
Let's be honest, senior living shouldn't feel senior, and it's definitely not all about yelling, bingo! At Atlas Senior Living, we focus on great care, great people, and yes, great days. And no one telling you can't have dessert before dinner. Well, maybe once. And with locations throughout the Southeast, chances are there's an Atlas community closer than you think. Atlas Senior Living, exceptional care, even better living. Visit atlasseniorliving.com to find a community near you and schedule a tour today.
Alabama Power is here for you when big storms hit, but we're also here for the little things. We're there to get the coffee started, to make sure everyone's ready for school, for midday dance breaks, and evening entertainment. We're also there to help you save on all that energy with easy-to-use tips, tools, and efficiency programs. So enjoy these moments.
Kids, movie night.
And we'll do the rest. Visit alabamapower.com and follow us on social to learn more.
Two-run game as Auburn comes to bat in the bottom of the 8th, trailing 7-5. Another pepper tree pitching change for Texas. This is one of their best arms out of the bullpen. It's Sam Cozart. He is a freshman from High Point, North Carolina, and an even bigger young human, 6'6", 260. Freshman from Wesleyan Christian in High Point, North Carolina. And his numbers are outstanding. 5 appearances, 2 in relief. 3-0, a 218 earned run average. He also has a save. So 3-0 with a save in 5 appearances. 20 2/3 innings. 10 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned. Only 4 walks and 27 strikeouts. He has given up 4 doubles, 2 home runs, 1 wild pitch. He has hit a batter. Team's batting just 141. against Sam Cozart. The true freshman is on for Texas. Crossland, 1/3 of an inning, 2 hits, 1 strikeout, 15 pitches, 10 strikes, and Auburn will send Lucas Steele to the plate to pinch hit to start the 8th inning.
And Steele, a switch hitter, will bat left-handed against the big right-hander, Sam Cozart. Steele, then Clay, and then Carter at the top of the Auburn order. 7-5 Texas.
They'll start in the shift. Bunt it. Lucas, get on base.
Steele was Auburn's starting DH last night. First pitch to it. Curveball for strike 1.
And they're guarding against the bunt. They don't have Becerra at short. They've got him way off the line, but at least closer at third.
Steele was 2 for 4 last night. Here's the 0-1. Hit him. That'll do.
Yep. Third time Steele's been hit this year, second hit batter for Cozart. And look, this kid is crazy talented. He's not been in an environment like this.
Well, they've only played 1 road game all season.
Right.
Coming in. All right, here's Todd Clay.
Big opportunity. He's hit it well a couple of times.
Steele gets his lead at first. Cozart stretches. And the pitch to Clay. Here it is. High and away. Todd is grounded to third, grounded to short, and flied to center. The outfield placed deep and straight away in left and in center. Steele at first. The pitch. Drops in for a strike. 1-1. Auburn looking for that call when the Tigers are pitching right now. Not saying that wasn't a strike. It was a good pitch from Cozart. 1-1 to Todd Clay with Steele at first. Hit by a pitch late off the inning. Now the 1-1. Missed high. Tried to throw something off speed, and it slipped perhaps out of his hand. 2-1. Cozart, the 4th pitcher of the night for Texas. Works off the stretch. And the 2-1 to Todd Clay. Here it is. Popped it up. Shallow right center field. Right fielder Duplantier is on. Gives way to the center fielder. And Robbins makes the catch as we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. And now Bristol Carter to the plate. The disruptor in the Auburn order. 2-4-4. A runner at first is Steele. Auburn trails 7-5. The stretch and the pitch to Bristol Carter. Upstairs, ball 1. Steele hit by a pitch. To lead off the inning. A fly out by Clay. Now 1-0 to Carter. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss at a slider down and away.
Yeah, he knew he shouldn't have gone after that, too. A little frustrated with himself as he takes a trip around the box.
Tigers trail 7-5. We're in the bottom of the 8th. A runner at first. 1-1 the count to Bristol Carter. Stretch and pitch. Ground ball off the end of the bat to the pitcher. Fields and throws to first. High but out to get Carter. And Steele goes to second base. A cue shot from Bristol. And a nice job, probably the grass is a little bit wet, and a nice job by Cozart to field his position with a quick runner out there.
Okay, a chance here for Rembert. A base hit makes it a one-run ball game. And first base open, we'll see how they pitch to Chris here after his big home run last time up.
First base open, but you've got a left-handed hitting power hitter on deck.
Right, and this would be the tying run.
Rembert homered back in the 7th. Pitch on the way. Ground ball to the third baseman, past him and into left field. Everybody's safe. Steele had to make sure it was going to go through with 2 outs even. I don't think there was an opportunity for Steele to score on that play. I just don't.
No, I don't think so either. You're right. So it's the end. The end result is going to be the same. I started to say you'd look with two outs,
maybe
not hold up, but
yeah,
I'm not sure he's able to score.
Don't know if that's going to be an error on Becerra or not.
I think they'll give him a hit.
But Jim Schlossnagle is out, and he's going to go again.
Yeah, they want Cozart ready tomorrow too.
To the bullpen, as the University of Texas Longhorns make a pepper tree pitching change.
Looking for legendary wings, mouth-watering burgers, and unbeatable pizza for your next big event? Baumhauer's Catering is here to satisfy your cravings. From tailgates, birthdays, to office lunches and weddings, boost your event with delicious flavors of Baumhauer's Catering. We offer pickup or delivery, or choose our full-service catering that includes setup and staff. Don't have space for your big event? We can even host you in our dedicated
45.
space. Baumhauer's Victory Grill
45?
Catering.
45.
45. All right.
He's their leading saves guy.
Yep.
War Eagle.
All right, the new pitcher for Texas is number 45, Thomas Burns. He's a junior from Hortonville, Wisconsin, and a transfer from Arizona State. 6'3", 240. Burns on the year. Now, they've spread out 5 saves among 4 different guys. Burns is the only one with multiple saves. 6 appearances. He's given up 5 runs, 5 earned runs on 3 hits and 5 walks and 2 hit batters. He has 12 strikeouts in 6 1/3 innings. No record, 2 saves, and an earned run average of 7-11.
2/3 of an inning last week. He gave up 3 runs on 3 hits in that Ole Miss series.
Cozart, is he the guy that gave up the grand slam?
Don't think so.
Okay. Cozart, 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit. That was the hit by Rembert. He hit a batter. He faced 4 batters through 10 pitches. So Cozart would be able to come back, you would think, tomorrow. So Burns is on. He's trying to save it. He'll face Chase Fralick with the tying runs on base, and Fralick representing the go-ahead run in the 8th inning.
All right, you've got Rembert at first. You have Steele at third. Do you think at all, and we've seen Auburn do that already tonight, run Rembert, and I'm not even saying trying to get into a rundown here, but just run him and get him into scoring position with Fralick at the plate?
Texas did not throw to second last inning when Auburn did that.
Right.
It may be something they talked about before this opportunity.
Fralick is hitting .396 with runners on base, .355 with runners in scoring position, and a .286 with 2 outs this season. On the night, he has been hit by a pitch. He's grounded to the right side, flied to center, and walked and scored. Tying runs aboard for Auburn in the bottom of the 8th, 2 outs. Auburn scored all 3 of its runs in the 7th with 2 outs. Rembert at first and Steele at third. And they play the shift on the right side of the infield. An enormous hole on the left side for Fralick to work with. The stretch by Burns in the pitch. Fastball down the middle for strike 1 at 98 for Thomas. Excuse me.
Yeah, Thomas Burns really showed the fastball at 98 out of the gate.
Big right-hander comes set. And the pitch. High. 97. A ball and a strike.
Nothing but fastballs. First 2 pitches. When does he try to show something else?
Two on, 2 out. Runners at the corners. Tigers trail 7-5. Bottom of the 8th. The 1-1 pitch to Fralick. Line drive. Base hit to left. Steele scores. Rembert will hold it second. It's a one-run game.
99 on the fastball. But Fralick stuck the bat out there, went inside out with it, just over the glove of a leaping Becerra at third.
23rd run batted into the season for Fralick. And here is Ethan Bingaman.
Buddy, if he times up a fastball.
Seven, 6 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Stretch. Pitch on the way. Outside, ball 1.
Love for this crowd to be wearing Burns out right now.
At one point tonight, Auburn trailed 6-0. It's now a 7-6 ball game. 1-0 the count to Bingaman. Here comes the pitch. Strike call on the low strike that Auburn hasn't gotten in 3 innings.
Gracious.
1-1. Rembert at second and Fralick at first represent the tie, and the go-ahead runs in the bottom of the 8th. 1-1 pitch. Back and behind the catcher, and the runners move up to second and third. 98, and it just skipped past the catcher, Tinney.
Uh-oh. Base hit now gives Auburn the lead.
Here we go.
And now they're on their feet.
Two balls and a strike to Bingaman. Fireballer. Thomas Burns comes set. Here's the 2-1. Popped up right side. That'll get out of play. It's 2-2. And it's been nothing but heat. That was 98.
If he's got a changeup, this would be the place for it.
2-2 the count. Runners at second and third, 2 outs, bottom of the 8th. 7-6 Texas. The 2-2 to Bingaman from Burns. Here it is. Foul back on a fastball on the outside corner, and he just got a piece of it.
Spoiled an outstanding pitch.
Rembert represents the tying run. Fralick, the go-ahead run down at second. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ethan Bingaman. Burns comes set. Junior right-hander brings it home. There it was. Change up, and he got him swinging. And the inning comes to a close. Auburn gets another run and makes it a 1-run game as we go to the 9th. A run on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left. Make that, 2 men left for Auburn. We go to the 9th. Texas 7, Auburn 6, and this is the Auburn Sports Network.
Enjoy baseball and softball season on the Plains with live sports radio. Presented by Alpha Insurance. Auburn Sports Network broadcasts are available with no delay at both Plainsman Park and Jane B. Moore Field. Every grand slam, stolen base, and strikeout. Yours with no delay. Look for the live sports radio kiosk around the ballpark. Live sports radio lets you take the broadcast with you at every football game. Plus, home men's and women's basketball games, baseball, and softball. Live sports radio. Presented by Alpha Insurance.
There's team pride, and then there's extra Tiger pride. When I'm carrying the Auburn University Regents Visa debit card or prepaid Regents Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra Auburn gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra War Eagle from the cashier too. Visit Regions.com/Go Tigers to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
Defensive changes for Auburn as we go to the 9th inning because Waldrop was pinch hit for. Ethan Bingaman goes from first to third. Bub Terrell goes from left to first. And Cade Ballou enters the game in left field. So left to right, it's Ballou, Carter, McCrane, and now third to first, Bingaman, Guevara, Rembert, Terrell. That's your infield with Fralick behind the plate and Ryan Hetzler back out there on the mound for the 9th inning.
The 3, 4, and 5 hitters for Texas. The Longhorns lead the Tigers 7-6. At one time, this was 6-0 Longhorns. Right now, the difference in this game, a run in the 6th. First pitch by Hetzler. Misses inside, ball 1 to Robbins. An RBI double by Tinney. Scored Mansour in the 6th, with what was now the deciding run. The pitch, line drive. Oh, a nice play at third. Throw to first by Bingham, and he got him! On the first play for he at third base. Went to his right on a one-hopper and threw him out to Terrell. Our defensive play of the game presented by Cook's Pest Control. The best defense for your home is Cook's Pest Control, the South's most trusted name in pest control since 1928, and the official pest control provider of the Auburn Tigers.
True freshman, a ball scorched off the bat of Robbins, and he made the play.
One out, here's Adrian Rodriguez. Pitch on the way, fastball.
Yeah.
Miss low, ball 1.
A lot of other coaches in this conference would be showing. Never mind.
1-0. Strike call on 94 from Hetzler. 1-1 the count. Looking to the Auburn 9th. Terrell, Guevara, and Mason McCrane. Auburn desperately wants that to be a one-run game. The 1-1 pitch. Ground ball through the left side, a base hit. He hits it the opposite way of the shift. And Rodriguez is aboard with the single. His first hit of the night, but a nice job of hitting.
He's shown a lot of toughness, too, because on 2 separate at-bats, he has shown a lot of discomfort in his arm after swings, and he has battled through it and didn't try to do too much there. Auburn was playing him to pull at a big hole on the left side, and that's where he went with it.
Texas's first hit since that RBI double that gave them their 7th run back in the 6th inning. And now here's Timo Becerra. Pitch on the way. Fastball. Strike call in the inside corner. The infield is Bub Terrell at first, Rembert at second, Bingham at third, and Guevara at short. 0-1 to Becerra. Throw to first. Runner back. And Ballou in left, and boy, he's maybe a step in front of the warning track to the right of the Auburn bullpen. Stretch by Hetzler and the 0-1 upstairs. The ball and a strike. Becerra, a strikeout in the 2nd, doubled in the 3rd, was thrown out trying to get to 3rd on the play. Grounded to short in the 4th and struck out swinging in the 6th. Rodriguez at first with 1 out for the Longhorns here in the 9th. The throw over, low, and a nice job by Bub Terrell. Boy, you don't want to give him a free base. Rodriguez, the threat to steal, he has 6. Make that 7. He stole a base in the 2nd and scored. Pitch. Up a little. Two balls and a strike to Becerra with Pack waiting on deck. Stretch and pitch. Away from the catcher. And Rodriguez will go to second. Fralick got his glove on the ball but couldn't bring it in. And the count goes to 3-1 on Becerra. Texas scored its 7th run in the 6th, but threatens here in the 9th. And the lead is down to 1, 7-6. Ryan Hetzler comes set. Pitch on the way. Right down the middle for strike 2. Full count. Becerra with 5 homers and 21 runs batted in. Hetzler gets his sign. Comes set at the belt and the pitch. He walked it, missed upstairs. A single and a walk, and Texas with runners at first and second and one out here in the ninth inning. And Pack to the plate. Walked in the second and the third and scored both times since then. Has flied to center and struck out looking. This is his first look at Ryan Hetzler. Rodriguez at second, Becerra at first. Good speed out there. The pitch on the way. High strike call.
Yeah, the high strike's there. The low one is not.
Change up at 85 from Hetzler. Auburn plays Pack to pull on the infield. Pitch on the way. Fly ball into right. McCrane ranges to his right. He is there. Runner at second tags. He's going to try to go. Here comes the throw. It's cut off. 2 down in the inning. And Frederick's got to keep everything in front of him now. Yep. Runners at the corners with 2 down. And Casey Borba to the plate. He's had a good night. 1 for 3. Single in the second. Walked and scored in the third. Struck out looking in the fifth and grounded out to short in the seventh. Auburn plays him to pull on the left side of the infield. The right side is wide, slap open. Stretch in the pitch. Fastball high. Jaden Duplantier waits on deck. One-oh pitch. There's a strike. Took something off with that one. 1-1 the count now to Borba. Auburn has come back. 3 runs in the seventh, another in the eighth to cut the lead to 1. Had the go-ahead run on when the inning came to a close in the eighth. Trying to keep it a 7-6 game right here. 1-1 the count, the pitch. High fly ball into left. Back, now in. Ballou makes the catch. He hit it off the end of the bat, and we go to the bottom of the ninth. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 2 left. Texas 7, Auburn 6. To the bottom of the ninth we go. And Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong, you are fearless, you are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
In 1977, Ford F-Series became the best-selling trucks in America. 33 million trucks later, we've kept that title every year since. And that's a formula we plan on repeating. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. The best-selling trucks in America for 49 years and counting. Based on 1977 to 2025 calendar year industry reported total sales.
Exclusive play-by-play coverage of Auburn baseball is brought to you by Alabama Power. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers.
Auburn came from behind in the bottom of the ninth to win 4-3 last night. We go to the bottom of the ninth tonight. Game 2 of this epic series between Auburn and Texas, the number 4 and the number 2 ranked teams in the country. And Auburn trails 7-6. Bub Terrell will lead it off against hard-throwing right-hander Thomas Burns. Guevara and Mason McCrane to follow. 7-6. An Auburn record, 8,037 on hand tonight. And they have been treated to a whale of a ball game. Terrell, 2 for 4, a couple singles. He scored a run. He's also struck out twice. It's the right-hander Burns against the lefty Bub Terrell. Pitch on the way. Inside corner, it's a strike. Home plate umpire continues to hear it from this partisan Auburn crowd. Burns off the stretch. There's the 0-1. Bounced up there. Bounced about 4 feet in front of the plate. A great stop by Tinney. A ball and a strike. Terrell 2 for 4 with a run scored tonight. A run scored here ties it. The 1-1 pitch. Strike call on the outside corner. A ball and 2 strikes to Terrell. It has been all fastballs other than the changeup to get Bingaman to get out of the 8th inning with runners at second and third. 1-2 the count to Bub Terrell. Here's the stretch and the pitch. Up and in. 2-2 the count to the Auburn now first baseman. Started in left, went to first. Auburn has had to make several defensive changes due to pinch hitting situations tonight. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bub Terrell. Burns comes set. 2-2 pitch. Got him swinging with a fastball at 97. 1 out. Second strikeout tonight for Burns. And here's Guevara. Eric 2 for 3 on the night. He singled in the 6th and drove home a run with a single in the 7th. Stretch and the pitch. Fastball for strike 1 at 97. He's certainly not losing anything on that fastball. This big right-hander, Thomas Burns, who leads Texas with 2 saves. 1 out, bottom of the ninth, nobody on for Auburn. Tigers trail 7-6. Here's the 0-1. Fly ball up and out of play off the right side. It's quickly 0-2. And to Burns' credit, he is throwing strikes here in the ninth. Game 2, or make that 3 tomorrow at 2. 1:45 broadcast time on the Auburn Sports Network. Will Auburn be looking for a sweep, or will it be the rubber game of the series? To be a sweep, Auburn's got to come from behind for a second straight night. 0-2 pitch to Guevara. Here it is. Missed low and away. Did he go? He did not. Auburn, they appealed to first. The first base umpire, Ryan Broussard, said he held up. Count stays. A ball and 2 strikes. Guevara has 4 homers. He's 1 behind the team leader, Chase Fralick. 19 runs batted in on the season. A ball and 2 strikes to Eric. Stretch in the pitch. Outside, 2-2. He went to 2-2 on Terrell before he struck out the Auburn sophomore. He's now gone to 2-2 on the junior, Eric Guevara. Righty on righty here. Here's the stretch in the pitch. Guevara swings and misses. Gets away from the catcher just a couple of feet. He throws to first, and there's 2 outs. Back-to-back strikeouts by Burns. And now it's up to Mason McCrane to keep this alive tonight for Auburn. McCrane is 0 for 4 tonight with 3 strikeouts. This is a freshman against a junior with the ball game on the line. Ballou in the on-deck circle, the pitch. Inside, ball 1. Two down, nobody on for Auburn. We're in the bottom of the ninth. A ball and no strikes to Mason McCrane as Burns stretches and pitches. Ball too low. Texas took a 6-0 lead into the fourth. 2 runs for Auburn there. Another run for Texas in the 6th. Auburn scored 3 times in the 7th, another in the 8th. It's a 7-6 ball game with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth and a 2-0 count to Mason McCrane. The stretch and the pitch. Ball 3 inside. 3 balls and no strikes to count to the freshman right fielder Mason McCrane. Now a 3-0. Ball 4, he walked it. And the Tigers are alive. And it brings Cade Ballou to the plate. Junior out of Auburn High School. Remember the grand slam in the bottom of the ninth to win the series against Vanderbilt about this time a year ago. Matter of fact, that was the conference opening series, so it occurred a week earlier. Right now, you just want to get him on base, find a gap. Taylor Belza grabs a bat. He's in the on-deck circle for Auburn. Gabe Gross called timeout. Talk it over with Ballou. And Auburn again has the tying run at first, and Ballou to the plate. Do you think about running McCrane at all? He has 3 stolen bases. Stretch. Pitch on the way to Cade Ballou from Thomas Burns. Here it is. Almost hit him. It missed inside. Wouldn't be a big surprise that he would be hit. No one's been hit more in this 3-year run than Cade Ballou. They hold McCrane at first. 1 ball and no strikes to Cade Ballou. Here's the pitch. There's a strike on the inside corner. 1-1 the count. Took something off of that at 86. Ball game about 3.5 hours old. Auburn has fought its way back to trail by 1 with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth and a runner at first. A ball and a strike to Ballou. Here's the pitch. High and away, 2-1. McCrane drew a 2-out walk. Now the count goes to 2-1 on Cade Ballou. Off the stretch. Burns comes home. Ball 3 inside. 3-1 now to Ballou. Ballou does not have a home run this season, as the catcher, Carson Tinney, walks to the mound to talk it over to Burns. Burns, the 5th pitcher of the night. The Texas outfield is almost out of sight. The right field, Duplantier, is 2 or 3 steps in front of the warning track. Robbins is deep in center, and Pack is deep in left. 3 balls and a strike to count to Ballou. 7-6. Texas. A runner at first with 2 outs. Here's the stretch. And the pitch. Ball 4. He walked it. Back-to-back 2-out walks to McCrane and to Ballou. That's good speed out there running for Auburn. And it brings Taylor Belza to the plate. Belza is 1 for 6 this season with the homer. And the pitching coach is out to talk it over with his infield, Max Weiner. Mason McCrane runs well at second base for Auburn. Ballou, good speed at first. Oh, if Belza could somehow, some way, find a gap. That's a long meeting on the mound. The clock has been off for quite some time, but they continue to talk. And now they break it up. McCrane at second. Ballou at first. And Taylor Belza is at the plate for Auburn. Batting 167 against this big right-hander, Thomas Burns, who stretches and pitches. Bounced up there. Good block by Tinney to keep the runners at first and second. He has played a whale of a game behind the plate tonight for Texas. You hear the crowd. 1-0 pitch. Ball 2. Oh, they called it a strike on the inside corner. 1-1 to Belza. Duplantier is playing rather shallow and right. They're playing shallow in the entire outfield. Belza finds a gap. That could end the ball game. Here's the 1-1. Ball 2. A little bit in, maybe a little bit up. It's 2-1. Top of the order. And Bristol, the disruptor, Carter, waits on deck. Runners get their leads at first and second. 2 balls and a strike to Belza, the pitch. Strike call, 2-2. Texas an out away from evening the series. Right-hander Burns against the lefty Belza, who comes set with runners at first and second and 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Ball 3 high. And now McCrane from second and Ballou from first will be off with the pitch. 3-2 to Taylor Belza. And 8,000 come to their feet at Plainsman Park. 3-2 to Belza. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a foul up and out of play. He stays alive. Mason McCrane returns to the bag at second. Kay Ballou back to the bag at first. The potential tying and go-ahead runs, the winning runs for Auburn. They'll be off with this 3-2 pitch to Belza. Here it is. Ball 4, he walked him. The bases are loaded for Bristol Carter. Get ready for the Bristol Carter clap. It was his base hit that was misplayed in center that turned into the 3-run play last night that gave Auburn the win. Carter with a base hit here could win it for a second straight night. He has doubled, he has singled. Bases are loaded with 2 outs. 7-6, Texas. And time is called. Pitch clock, pitch count. It's 1-0. A walk, an error, a pass ball, a wild pitch could tie things up right here. A base hit could win it. Texas was playing shallow in the outfield, really shallow and left. 1-0 the count to Bristol Carter. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss and a pitch down and away at 91. Nasty pitch from Thomas Burns. Mason McCrane at third. Cade Ballou at second. And Taylor Belza down at first. His run doesn't mean anything. 2 outs, 1-1. High, ball 2. (7-6) Texas. Bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the ninth. 2-1 to Bristol Carter. The stretch. And the pitch. Swing and a ground ball to the third baseman. He beats Ballou to the bag at third, and Texas wins the game. Carter hit it right at Becerra, and Texas wins it by a score of 7-6. A heartbreaker for Auburn tonight. trying to come all the way back from 6-0 down. The Tigers, for a second straight inning, had the tying run and the winning run on base, but Texas prevails. Texas 7, Auburn 6. Stay tuned. The Regions Bank postgame show is next, and this is the Auburn Sports Network.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric, and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
Here's a clip from a recent Talking Tigers podcast with Andy
1-2, you got me. All right.
Baseball coach Butch Thompson. We've always been able to conquer